Hello everyone, and welcome back to Fate's End, a homebrew D&D game by Ink and Lyre. Of course, I'll be your tail weaver for the evening. I'm sorry, not feeling very well, so I'm going to power through it. We have a couple announcements first that I'd like to go ahead and make. One, we are extremely excited to announce. I don't know if you noticed on our social media or on our overlay, but we are extremely excited to announce our partnership with 9 Realms Gaming. They create top-notch gaming accessories from the finest woods this realm has to offer. All of their vaults are foam-lined. They're held together with rare earth magnets that are screwed in so they won't ever pop out. They also use oil-based finishes to bring out the natural wood color, and they never use any dyes or stains. This is actually what we're giving away on our Instagram right now. If you haven't seen it, go over to our Instagram, follow us, follow 9 Realms Gaming, tag 2 people in the comments, and you'll get a chance to win this beautiful dice vault. Look at that. So pretty! It actually has, it's Wengay wood. It has their logo on it, and it has our logo as well, an aluminum inlay. Super, super fancy, beautiful, smooth, very well made. Starting October 12th, we're actually going to be giving away a 9 Realms Gaming tabletop accessory every Monday at 7:30 right here on Twitch during Fate's End. So come and watch us and hang out every Monday for that. But if you're itching to get your hands on one of these legendary items faster, you can also visit their website right now, which just launched, I think this last Thursday. And you can use our exclusive partner code LYRE10 to get 10% off. Daniel, if you do the command partner, they can get direct access to that. But yes, go follow them on Facebook, on Instagram. They're actually a Huntsville local like we are. That's one of the reasons why we love them so much. But yes, gorgeous, wonderful, lovely, awesome, and legendary. More news. Emotes. Subscribers get awesome emotes, of course. Our Huzzah, Ale Mug, or Nat 20, Nat 1 are all available at our Tier 1 subscriber. And then our Insight Check emoji for our Tier 2 subscribers. But we had 2 emojis approved since we last saw you guys last Monday. If you haven't seen it yet, we have our Heart Snonk emoji that everyone is going to go crazy for. It's Snonk's little piggy snout and a heart, and that's approved for all of our Tier 1 subscribers. We also have a Rip Skull emote that was just approved for Tier 3 subscribers. So you can subscribe now and get access to the Snonk emotes, the other emotes as well. You can use that Twitch Prime to subscribe for free. And then also, it is Wizard Month for Ink and Lyre, and our t-shirt, Daniel, that if you would like to model for us. This is our Schools of Magic t-shirt for the Wizard class that we've put together. If you want to become a patron at the Lord and Lady tier on our Patreon page, you will get that t-shirt. It has all the Schools of Magic on it, designed by yours truly. And yeah, so go subscribe to that on Ink and Lyre's Patreon, which is patreon.com/inkandlyre. And lastly, our giveaway. This is the last time that we're going to be doing the enamel pin giveaway during Fate's End. Like I said, October 12th is when we're going to start giving away beautiful bad boys like this right here on Ink and Lyre's Fate's End show. But today we are giving away one of our last founder enamel pins. Again, only 100 were made. Today is the last day we're giving them away here on Fate's End. But that doesn't mean that you won't get one. We have like 13 left. We're going to start giving these away on Iron Valor, our show on Wednesday at 7:30. So you can watch Iron Valor and you can get a chance to get one of these. Like, we only have 13 left, and once they are gone, they are gone. We're going to do things a little bit differently. I'm actually going to launch the giveaway now, and we're going to announce the winner during the break. So if you want to enter, you must be a follower to enter. You must be here to redeem, and that's pretty much it. So I'm going to go ahead and launch that giveaway now. Boop! It's launched. Command loot to enter, and you can get a chance to win our enamel pin, Founder's enamel pin. And I think that is it. I know there's a lot of announcements to get through. But yeah, so that being said, time has come. Let's draw our cards for tonight's episode of Fate's End. All right, so let's recap here. Last session, the party met Crick and learned a ton about his experiments and found out a lot about the hungered, the cannibals, and how long this may have been happening. The party engaged together in the first flurry of combat, fighting a set of 4 cannibals that stalked their way back into the cavern alcove where Crick resided. They spoke in a guttural language that no one could understand, and they won that battle. We lost some civilian casualties in the aftermath, but the bravery of Finn kept one teenage boy from certain death. After securing the civilians, the party made their way back to Ermir's house. They got to experience a significant piece of this world, of his world, and his home. Micah made an entrance and shared the spoils he had acquired from Frieza's advent with the group, including some additional spoils that he had helped himself to. We had some wonderful bonding moments between Samson and Finn, Lorelei and Prayaria, Roaring Bear and Ermir. And then Micah shared a big secret he'd been keeping from Ermir, giving him a box that his father told Micah to only give Ermir if he had gone missing, and his father did go missing. So let's pick back up. We pick back up as Lorelei and Prayaria make their way to the headquarters of the Sparrowhawks. You take the time to find some citizens that can give you directions. They point you in the right direction, of course, south of Cambria, just beyond the entrance to the Wildwoods. It's a long walk, and it takes you about 45 minutes to reach it, and the moon hangs high in the sky. What you see is unexpected. It's not a stronghold or a fortress of any kind, nor is it a castle. It's an inn. A very nice inn, but an inn. A worn sign hangs from above the entrance, the Quails Cup. A hand-carved design features a chalice overflowing and fanned out with feathers. The building itself is similar to that of a Viking stave church, very tall, and almost stacked. This long and rectangular structure stacks up about 3 stories. The roof is sharp and triangular, and almost like the figureheads on each side of a Viking longboat. You see these wooden quail diving forward off of each end of the building. Their plumes of feathers going up and trailing behind them and connecting back to the arch of the highest point in the roof. The full front face of the first floor of this building features large wooden columns. The windows themselves are mullioned with circular cuts of glass pieced together. A warm glow is cast out in the woods from them, and the sound of ale mugs clinking and cheerful talk can be heard from outside. Around the sides of the building and behind, you see tall walls. And those tall walls, for some of you, those tall enough to see over it, of course, you can see rows of archery targets and wooden combat dummies. You hear some younger Sparrowhawks gossiping in hushed voices while they train. Arrows go flying and hitting just outside of the bullseye as you approach. What would you like to do?
Well, how tall are these walls? Because I believe I'm still on Prayaria's shoulders.
Unless Prayaria has taken you off of her shoulders and she carried you the entire 45-minute trip.
Yep.
Then yes, you can see all of that over the walls as well.
Fantastic. Lorelei's so excited.
And you see the 2 Sparrowhawks out there, whispering to one another.
Well, shall we?
I'd like to go into the Quails Cup.
All right. All right, and you go then. You enter, and it's about what you would expect, although more Gaston-centric, where there are animal heads mounted on the wall. You see a lot of game, a lot of deer. Even some rabbit, taxidermied. It's a very taxidermied decor. I don't want to be cliche here, but yeah, they're like waste not, want not. Antler chairs and furniture made from bone and wood, but as well as wood. And it's you can tell that this is probably the end of the shift, and there's a ton of Sparrowhawks in here drinking and conversing with one another, and everyone's having a good time.
How tall is the ceiling?
How tall is the ceiling?
Yeah.
Okay. So as you enter, you would see that inside it's actually like hollowed out all the way to the top, and each floor has a balcony of its own with staircases on one side that go up. I'm sorry, the camera can't see over here, gosh. But like on one side of the building, you can see where it goes up, and a balcony here, and then another staircase that goes up to the 3rd floor as well. So the roof itself, like there really isn't like a ceiling that, well there is, but like it's really high. Like it goes straight up, like arching all the way to the top of the building.
Sweet. I'm still on Prayaria's shoulders.
Yeah, it's not going to hit you on the way in, yeah, no.
So I'll do a quick scan and
we're just
see
gonna
if I
two
can...
kids in a trench coat this whole thing.
Oh, I don't know what the lieutenant looks like.
You don't.
So I'll ask Prayaria. Do you know? Do you see him?
I do not remember. His name was... His name...
It's Triv.
Trip, yes. Perhaps we call?
Let's ask, I mean, I suppose we can ask the bartender.
You walk up to the
bar over there.
Wait, do you get off of her shoulders?
No.
Or you just like smack her in the head or something? How do you?
No, I'm talking to her.
Just bend over, like, hey, can you just go over there?
Yes.
She just ratatouilles it. She's got my hair, and she's just.
As you guys walk over, I mean, upon first entering, of course, like there are some people who stop drinking for a moment, and like you see some individuals, they're just kind of like, they look down at their drinks, like, how much have I had? You know, like seeing this very strange sight of a halfling on the shoulders of a furbog, just like walking in casually, just talking down to her, and there are a lot of people in here that just kind of like look down at their mugs. They look very confused for a moment, but a lot of people are staring. Like it's a very weird thing to see. So you walk up to the bartender, and he looks up at you. He goes, well, that's a sight right there. What can I do for you two?
Would you like some ale, Prayaria?
Oh, what?
Don't worry about it. We'll both have a round of ale, and, is Lieutenant Triv here?
Oh, you looking for Triv? Yeah, he's over there in that corner over there with his, with the rest of his Sparrowhawks. That's his unit.
You.
Yes, of course. I'll get you your ale. I can bring it to the table for you. Oh, you two, both of you. He's not quite sure who to look at. Like he's not quite sure who to look at to address.
Sorry, we left the trench coat at home.
Trench coat.
Prairia's just looking around at all the different
He's just
things.
very confused. Like, why would you need a trench coat? Okay.
Have you ever? Never mind.
And he goes off to get your beer. And I'm guessing you guys walk over to the table.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
You walk over. Well,
just like this.
Prayaria walks over to the table, and you see Triv, Prayaria. He's taking a drink, and he looks up and he sees you, and he goes, and he stands up to greet you, and he goes, Faria, hello again. I see Timothy shared my note with you. I must say, I'm a little surprised you all didn't come. Where are your friends, and who is the halfling that you are carrying on your shoulders there? He kind of laughs a little bit.
Would you like to speak, or?
Sure. Hello. I'm the one who cast the spell. I hold out my hand.
And your name? And he, shakes your hand.
Lorelei Sovrano, at your service.
It's nice to meet you. My name is Triv Beckstrom. Would you like to sit down? We can talk more. Find a quieter corner.
I'll pat Prayaria's head. To signal her to let me down.
Praria sort of giggles under her breath and just takes her down and sets her on the floor.
right, and he kind of takes you into a more private, like he leads you back. He tells his other Sparrowhawks to stay behind, and they just give him kind of like this thumbs up and raise their glasses and continue drinking. Of course, it's their shifts are over, enjoying themselves, and he takes you into an alcove in the back next to the kitchens. It's a table next to the kitchens in a separate room area, and he sits down. And he goes, well, I'd certainly like to hear your side of the story, and I'm glad that you came. Your friends were a little less than forthright.
Were they?
Yeah, especially Timothy.
Which one's Timothy?
Oh, the tiefling.
Which one? Oh.
You would know because Samson was with you.
One who was not
the other one was a horse.
Yeah, you would know it was he's talking about Revenir because Samson was with you and he turned into a horse.
Truly, I'm not surprised.
I would like to apologize. I thought that I was helping my friend here. I suppose I could have been more open with you, but I am here to help now.
I appreciate that, and I do accept your apology. To be honest, I don't really blame you, but I feel you may confuse us with the Sons of Bouclier. They are the militia who typically handle problems such as this, but we gave them the evening. We'll say the holiday of Frisia's advent, and we're handling all of the downtown issues, which we don't typically do. But it's a clever trick on our part, if you think of it. Since we know what's going on, it allows us to keep a closer eye on the city.
What do you mean?
Well, with the hunger, the starving husks roaming the street.
You know?
Yes. We've been keeping an eye on everything in the city.
Prayaria, did you know that?
Yes, it said on the note. It said on the note that I gave you.
What?
Oh,
note?
yes. Apologies. So Prayaria's going to reach in and pull her note out of one of her many pockets.
Does she have it?
No, you don't have the note that he's talking about.
Do I not have it?
You have your fine, but you don't, Revenir has the note. Yes, the note that I gave you to tell you to come see me, and that I had your best interests at heart, and I had some information, and I'd like to know more about the information that you had. I'm assuming that's why you're here. I had also offered to pay for your fines.
I'm sorry.
If there was cooperation, of course.
I never received such a note. Her tone changes drastically. She's very peeved. Well,
I insinuated that I would pay, but the group didn't really want to cooperate at the time.
Yeah, it seems they haven't.
Well, I
did not know you.
I would like to hear more about what happened. People run away when they're afraid or they feel guilty, and I get the feeling that you were more afraid than anything, and that was why you cast the spell.
I hadn't done anything wrong.
I cast
the spell because I thought they were going to advance, and a non-lethal means of subduing a threat is quite preferable in such situations.
I completely agree. And I believe you. He kind of thinks on it for a second. And he stops and he says, have you seen any other individuals like them? How many? We've been counting and trying to get some idea. It's very difficult unless you talk to them. Seeking them out.
Well, there were the few, but I would say we passed at least a dozen. coming back from the concert, and we encountered a few more in the Undercity, but they were hostile openly.
They were hostile?
Yes, they attacked us directly.
Like animal.
Did they have speech, though? Did they speak to you in the common tongue?
No, they spoke another language.
He kind of nods. Yes, that is the far gone stage, I'm afraid.
So it happens in stages?
Yes. I trust your discretion on this before I continue this conversation.
We are very good with secret.
We don't want any panic in the city, and the civilians are already a bit weary. Our leader, Kaya, she's been pleading her case to enforce a curfew, but the council is a little bit hesitant. Individuals have been steadily going missing that have never been found. Hundreds from Crowsbin reported missing about 5 years ago, and a staggering amount are pouring in now, roughly 5 years later. A handful from Kingscourt, with the majority from Crowsbin. Unfortunately, very few records come in from the Undercity, so there's really no telling how many or even how long down there. These individuals, these starving, they are citizens of our city. People we know, people in families. They start to act strange. A friend of mine knew him for years. He got the long stare not that long ago. About a month. Doesn't even seem to be the same person. He would get headaches and had nightmares before he got it. The long stare, that is. People have been going missing. The same people that suffer from these headaches, they get that long stare. The same look you saw in those individuals on the street, and then they just disappear. It took a while to find one of them that went missing in Crowsbin, but when we finally did, he was long gone, feasting on the human flesh beneath the city.
So you're trying to track them, where they're coming from and where they're going?
Where they're coming from, where they're going, the source of it all. I'm not really sure what causes it. The headaches and the nightmares, and then losing of mental faculties until you're feasting on the flesh of your brothers and sisters.
Well, I looked at Prayaria. We have some information. Prayaria, do you think it's alright to share?
I believe so.
When we were in the Undercity, we were investigating. And we discovered that one of the possible sources is an infectious it's like an infection from larvae that are they appear to be undead. Their hearts are not beating, but the blood is flowing through them.
The larvae are undead.
I think so.
It
was all very confusing.
And how sure are you that they are the cause of the infection? He looks intrigued and he kind of leans in and just listens intently.
To try it.
I should hope not.
But the way that they clawed towards my, she kind of fumbles as she hesitates to say the word friends. My associates was quite convincing. And the way that it wasn't alive, its heart wasn't beating. and the way that these people act.
You know, it's interesting that you bring that up. If you hadn't said anything, I would have thought nothing of it, but in the filth, the garbage that gets thrown out in parts of the city, I had noticed maggots. I thought they were larvae in the garbage, the filth that was thrown out, chamber pots. But I didn't think anything of it. That's the kind of thing that thrives in filth. Why would that
How
be
did they
strange? What do you mean, how did they move?
The larva, they move with one mind. The hungry people, they move also with one mind.
I mean, they devoured leftovers that were left out. You know, the bones of ham hocks and what's left over of any kind of meat.
You notice the people, the hungered, the way they speak, that they speak together.
I did notice that. The interesting thing is, when I encountered the individuals under the city, or too far gone, they seemed to have a mind of their own, but it wasn't their own anymore. Does that make sense? Do you know what I'm saying? It's hard to explain, because obviously it doesn't seem like there's any kind of mind left. Perhaps whatever was left... Perhaps whatever was left was devoured from whatever infection this is. And there's nothing left. But yes.
Is there more? Sorry.
More information that we know?
Yes.
That's all that a humble lieutenant, knows of. I appreciate you coming here to cooperate. He kind of leans back in his chair and holds his mug on the table. Consider you and your friend Faria here your fines paid. Do you wish the same done for your friends?
I do. Their intentions were in the right place, but their actions were not.
Very well. The Sons of Boucle will have their coin to settle the records of the incident, and shouldn't suspect a thing. But, please keep this all under wraps. The hungering individuals, the disappearances. We can't have panic erupting in the city.
Of course.
I suggest you all be a bit more careful. As fate would have it, like I said, the Sparrowhawks have taken over for the Sons of Boucle during Frisia's advent. Our own contributions to the festival. Like I said, giving them a bit of a holiday. But it is a clever way for us to keep a closer eye on the streets without turning up suspicions. Which, as it turns, close watch is needed, as I'm guessing you well know from your encounter. If the Sons were addressing the matter of these fines, I assure you they would be far more rigid and unpleasant than us. I hope you leave here today with a different view of us.
I appreciate everything you've done for us, truly. I have one more question for you.
Of course.
I'm not a local, and neither is Prayaria. Prayaria.
Prayaria? He looks at you, Prayaria. I see.
Not technically a lie. My people have many names.
He just shakes his head. Is your name Lorelei?
Yes, it is. I've given you my true name, Lorelei Savannah, not my performance name, out of respect.
I appreciate that. I will remember this, I promise you.
Why are there no guards in the Undercity?
That's a good question. I suppose... I don't know. We don't really guard the city per se. That's what the militia does. We are the eyes and ears of the city. We investigate and make sure that the intelligence is brought to the superiors above us. But
the Undercity is not part of your city?
I would consider it a part of our city. Without the Undercity, we wouldn't have the kind of life that the people up here have.
So you investigate there as well?
I mean, we do. I know the Sparrowhawks. My unit in particular is the unit in charge of this hungering case, I guess you could call it. We go down there and we investigate the cannibals. We keep a safe distance and we report back to Kaya. So I suppose that maybe we have been guarding down there to some degree.
That's good to hear. I feared that if we hadn't been there, we wouldn't have saved as many lives. A few were lost when we were attacked, but it's good to know that perhaps that doesn't happen without someone nearby that can help.
Well, Kaya Reed commands our entire organization, and she does send us down there. But of course, I'm not in charge, and Kaya is not in charge of the Sons of Bouclier. They decide where those soldiers go, and what is guarded and where.
Well, thank you so much for your time.
Of course. He kind of, like, after you asking him that, he kind of, like, the kind of expression on his face is one of, like, almost like some kind of glass ceiling was shattered. Or some kind of, like, not glass ceiling, like something snapped. Like, something he never thought of before. But it's always been there. And he looks very, like he's, like, in very deep consternation. You know what I mean? Like, you've struck something in him now. In a good way, I think. I think in a good way. In kind of way where a working parent has been working so hard and they've been focused on one thing for so long and they didn't realize they were neglecting something. In that kind of way.
Yeah.
I hope that makes sense.
You gonna share it with us?
Yeah. You're very welcome. Like I said, thank you for coming here. I really do appreciate it. It makes our work easier when we have help. And we can use as many eyes and ears as we can possibly get our hands on. Especially ones that don't have a symbol on their cloak.
I suppose we have been playing that role. I have a feeling we'll be in contact again.
I hope so. It was a pleasure to meet you, Lorelei. And you as well again to see you, Prayaria. He just kind of smiles and then... Please,
she nods.
Go enjoy yourselves. Have a drink.
I'll give Timothy your well wishes.
Oh, yeah. Is that his name?
No, well, it's not.
Oh, what might Timothy's real name be?
His name is Revenir.
Revenir.
But please keep calling him that.
I think I'll call him Tim next time I see him. Or Tamir. We'll see. And he'll get up and he'll just kind of bow and he'll raise his glass and he will go rejoin. He'll say, "Excuse me, ladies," and he'll go rejoin his unit.
went better than I thought.
He's all right. Shall we drink or shall we go?
Do you drink? That's what I was trying to ask.
Oh, on occasion. And we did just almost die.
I'll drink to that.
That's true. You guys haven't. You almost. Well, you got in that big fight. I guess you haven't really had the chance to have that gravity come down.
Mm. Alright, so cheers.
Cheers.
So you guys have a couple drinks together and talk with one another. At the end of this evening, do you make your way back to the inn?
Yeah, it's pretty late.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty late when you guys get back. So you guys make your way back to the Fool's Gold Inn. Prayaria, you go into your room, and
I open her door for her.
Well, her room doesn't have a
handles.
doorknob anymore.
I forgot!
Remember, she chiseled it off, so
I mean, unless the bartender put it back.
she chiseled it off, so alright. Lorelei.
Stop! The music changed.
Lorelei.
No, what? What do you want?
You sit quietly, alone, in your room. You pore over the pages of your journal. The outside cover embossed with those weepy, thorny roses. A beautiful, artisanal journal. Something you had commissioned back in Dawn's Rise. With a quill in hand, you finish up the day's writings. Tired. Worn. It was a big day. For a moment, the candle next to you on the bedside table sputters slightly, as if being blown about by the wind. But there isn't any wind underground. You look back down at your book, and you catch something out of the corner of your eye. Looking up, one of your special candles sits unlit, now in the center of the room. What do you do?
Was it there? Wait! It would have been in my bag, right?
What do you do?
What? I friggin'... Oh no. That's the only candle I have, too. Okay. Where is the light? Like, what light sources are in the room right now?
You have 2 candles on your bedside tables, hanging down, and you also have a lantern hanging from the roof.
I have a lantern hanging from the roof, and then the candle of dreaming's just in the middle of the room.
It's in the middle of the floor between the bed and the door.
No! What? Okay.
What do you do?
I grab my sword from, like, under the bed, and I grab it by the end of the blade, and, like, it's got one of those little hook handles. So I hold it by the tip of the blade, and I reach out until I can loop it.
What are you trying to loop?
The candle.
Oh, it's not close enough for that.
What?
Oh yeah, no.
I don't want to get out of bed.
And you're a halfling. You don't have the arms.
So I'm just going like,
Yeah. So you get to the edge of the bed, and you're still on the bed. You reach out with your sword, and you're just like trying to, I guess, stab it to grab it, right?
No, I'm holding it backwards.
Oh, you're.
Because of the hand, I've got a little handle on the hand.
Yeah. Okay. So you're holding it backwards, and you're leaning over, and you're trying to loop the candle in order to pick it up, and it just ever so slightly, you're right about to touch it, and all of the candles in the room and the magically lit lantern, goes out.
No! I freaking knew it.
Mega wisdom save.
No! I don't wanna. I knew, like, you're asking me what I'm gonna do, and it doesn't matter. It's gonna take me a second to pull out my sheet. Okay, wisdom. Oh dear. That's a 10. I don't know why I rolled 2. I didn't mean to do that. That's a 10 though, which is pretty bad.
The lights go out, and the room gets colder.
No.
You're paralyzed with fear in this moment, with your hand outstretched. And then you feel something warm begin to drip onto your head from the ceiling. Drip. 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 You see your book behind you. You see this warm red glow begin to come from it. As you turn your head, and out of the corner of your eye, like veins, these thorny vines slowly emerge from it, and they crawl into the sheets of the bed towards your legs. And they begin to wrap themselves around your legs.
No, they don't.
And force themselves under your skin. You feel this pulse like a heartbeat in sync with the dripping from the ceiling. Drip, drip. Drip, drip. Drip, drip. And the vines continue to crawl up your arms and your torso, up your neck. They crest around your eyes and your ears, and you hear breathing. Slow, paced, relaxed breathing. And through all this, the fear that subsides begins to subside and is replaced by a new fear. The most terrifying part is the comfort you feel right now in this moment with this breathing. This warm liquid begins to drip down from your forehead, down your cheeks, your chin, your collarbone. Drip, drip. Drip, drip. Drip, drip. And you hear it. A whisper in a different language, a dark language, but you hear it clear as day. And it says in your ears,
Absolutely not. There we go.
You're not sure how long you sit there in the dark. But at some point, your eyes refocus, like coming back out of a trance. And the candle next to your bed is lit once more. And on the ceiling is every other candle in this room, upside down.
Oh.
Pointed towards your face, like a stalagmite of melted wax.
Wait, is my candle okay? No! Oh, it's so expensive.
And with that, Lorelei, please go ahead and take the Warlock Magic Initiative feat.
What? Do what now? Okay.
So, party.
What?
We all take a...
Move on like that?
Is there anything that you would like to do, Lorelei?
Cry? I don't know.
What does Lorelei do for the rest of this evening?
Oh, she absolutely cries because her candle is broken, which means she's gonna start having nightmares again. She basically just had a waking nightmare. It said daughter, so either she's still possessed, her father was the one that actually did it to her, or she's like actually been inherited by a demon. So she's just like freaking out. She will eventually fall asleep, but it won't be until the wee hours of the night.
I would say that you gain a level of exhaustion.
Yeah, I agree. 100%.
I don't want to be like a jerk, but I feel like character-wise that you would gain a level of exhaustion after that, if not being able to sleep and everything.
I agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You have a restless night, terrified, afraid to shut your eyes. But you'd rather be restless and exhausted than have to experience the terror that you had just experienced. Every drip from the stalactite above into the pool, the basin upon which you are able to wash your hands, is just another reminder of that heartbeat drip that you had heard earlier. Every skittering within the walls jerks your head in that direction as you curl the blankets up close to you and sit there in silence and just listening, afraid that you'll hear something else. And you spend the rest of the night just in that terror. And everyone can take a long rest now, if you haven't already. Morning arrives. The crew back at Revenir's house. You awake from your slumber.
Question, Game Master.
Mm-hmm.
What besides rabbits are there to eat in the woods?
What are there besides rabbits to eat in the woods? Badgers. Badgers. Probably bears. In the woods down there.
Not fighting a bear. Okay.
It's like a small creature.
Um.
You could probably shoot down some bats in the middle of the night if you wanted to, if you had the sight for that.
Deer.
Attempt to. Deer.
Ooh.
Deer
Probably
would be one.
berries and stuff too,
Yeah, there's
like
berries. And
fruits
Mhm.
and whatnot.
Oh, hush you.
he doesn't eat berries. He's a man.
Deer would be nice if I could. Grab a deer.
Sure. Go ahead and make a survival check to see your spoils.
Ooh. Survival. Oh, that was almost a natural 20. I got 14.
A 14? It takes you a while, but you do eventually find a deer, and you're able to procure some deer.
Deer. Got a deer.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna bring
It's a
this.
small one. It's a small one. It's not like anything crazy.
It's bigger than a
It's a
rabbit.
very young one.
Roaring Bear is very happy. Roaring Bear will take this to
Chipmunks, squirrels. Yeah, thank you, Danielle. I'm looking in chat to see. Chipmunks, squirrels, quail. Yeah, there would be quail. That would make sense, right? Quail near the quail near the Quails Cup. That is a tongue twister.
Bringing this whole deer down to Uramir's place.
Okay.
Yep.
With a
Yeah,
blood trail
okay.
trailing behind you.
Yep. Whole thing.
All right. You all see Roaring Bear enter Revenir's hovel in the morning, and he's got a dead deer slung over his back.
Breakfast. And dinner. Probably lunch.
For the next 3 days.
This is just for me. He slumps it down. Who here likes meat?
So Finn was probably sleeping on the ground with his pillow.
Oh my god.
And the pig. So
Then you awake to see like a slunking dead animal body get slunk over onto the table that Revenir and his father built, and like the dead, like the head's hanging off and the tongue's hanging out, and like its dead eyes are just staring at you.
Oh God. So Finn probably had a hard time sleeping a little bit just because he was probably thinking about everything that happened the night prior. So he probably wakes to the sound of this dead body thump like on the table, and he like jumps up and he sees the dead eyes staring at him from across the room, and he's just like, ah! He like slides back on the floor, and he's like, what? And he looks at Roaring Bear and he's like,
Snonk. Snonk is startled by you being startled. He's like, wait.
Running in circles.
Yes.
Why? Why did you bring that in here?
Roaring Bear looks hurt. It's for breakfast.
I'm sorry, but that's... So he's gonna like turn around pointedly and try not to look at it.
More for me.
I'm getting blood all over the floor.
Oh, yes, of course. Should probably, yeah. I'll be outside.
Should probably.
And drags it back outside.
Oh, you pull the curtain aside because... Yeah, you pull the curtain aside and you all can see this trail of blood leading back out into the Undercity, and like some of you are like, God, I wonder how long that is.
Didn't he just have tea?
I cast Goodberry and I pop one. Just put the rest.
Is that
in my
all
pocket.
that Samson eats is good berries?
That's all Samson eats is good berries.
That's all he needs.
That's all he needs.
He's a Soylent Green guy.
Samson, can I have one of those too? Do you have enough?
I have plenty, and I hold out one. You only need one. It's fine.
So Finn will take it and eat it, just like, ugh. It's so gross. That deer.
And Roaring Bear is butchering this thing like right outside the door.
We can hear it ripping.
Like water, bloody water, just like spilling everywhere. It runs into the house. It's terrible.
Yeah, Revenir finds some towels or blankets that and kind of pushes them up against the entrance to absorb the
blood
runoff.
Runoff. So where is the animal carcass right now? It's out. Is it just out? Are you just leaving it out?
Well, I'm kind of. I mean, there is a lot of natural resource right here, so I'm picking this thing apart. I don't think it probably didn't have much in the way of antler, though, did it?
Let me see. While you guys have your conversation, I will look that up for you. Your morning conversation. And Prayaria and Lorelei, you guys eventually arrive. You actually see this trail of blood, and it would probably be very disconcerting as you see that it leads directly to Revenir's house. So I'll let you guys react to that however you might upon seeing a trail of blood leading to that house.
I feel like we just charge in, guns blazing.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
So I guess we just bust through the curtain. I've got my staff up and
Yeah, I've got my little bone flute poised. I run in like this.
And, wait, was Roaring Bear outside with the deer? It was like right outside.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good morning.
Oh, this was you. She's just gesturing to the blood on the ground. No, you make. you caused this.
Yeah.
She
Everyone's
gestures
fine.
to the deer. She gestures to the deer. You caused this.
She's asking if you made a mess. A very suspicious mess, Roaring Bear. We thought you were dead.
Give my deer to myself next time.
Wait, can I have some? I'm hungry.
Convince Revenir to make a fire, and I'll think about it.
Yeah, Prayaria just goes inside.
Roaring
It's
Bear.
just like aggressively petting Snog and like venting to whoever will hear him. Like, is he really supposed to bring that down here? Don't they have like cannibals down here? Won't that attract cannibals?
You all can visually see that Lorelei looks very tired, by the way. I do want to point that out. And then, Roaring Bear, if you will make a nature check for me, please. Somebody has an update. Yes, make a nature check for me, please, Roaring Bear. As you skin and harvest this deer for rations and...
It's a 19.
Oh yeah, definitely. So you are able to go ahead and roll a d4 for me, please.
Ooh. Two.
You have 2 days worth of rations from that. You also are able to harvest a deer pellet. Deer pelt, jeez. There's no immediate use for it, but you can craft it if you are proficient with leather workers tools into a water.
I am.
And you can craft it into a water skin if you would like, or which a container can be used for a lot of different things. So, doesn't have to be used for water, but you can craft it once you have the time to do so into that.
Well, part of this process will be stretching it.
Yeah.
Using whatever is around Revenir's place.
Okay.
Probably got something somewhere.
All right. So
It's
Prayaria,
like throwing out across teapots.
Yeah.
Prayaria and Lorelei enter.
Good morning. How was your evening?
Lorelei totally doesn't hear him at all.
Oh, Lorelei. Oh, Lorelei. Are you?
Rough night?
Yeah, you got dark circles under your eyes. They can clearly see you look tired.
What are you all looking at?
I mean, no offense, but your face, I mean, your eyes, they've got, but I've just seen that look before. I know what it's like to miss a night of sleep.
I hear the Quail Cups is a rowdy place. I guess they must have had a good time there.
Yeah, all of our things are paid for, so
Oh, our fines.
yeah, I took care of it. Well, Prayaria and I.
Mostly little one.
Triv wishes you well, Timothy.
Yeah.
Timothy. Is that your real name?
As far as he knows. It's a long story.
I don't know, it doesn't seem that long. He was pretty quick to tell me that you knew that they had information and you didn't say anything.
Yeah. He may have mentioned it in a note. So what did he know? What did he have? What information?
Hold up. What the hell? spell, man. We're trying to figure this all out, and you're out here holding back on us.
It slipped my mind, honestly.
Oh, it slipped your mind.
Slipped your mind. You just didn't trust him.
Well, I mean, yeah, that too, but you can never trust what the Sparrowhawks say.
Why do you think that?
He looks around at the hovel.
The Sparrowhawks are the only ones down here that... They're not protecting you, but they are looking out.
Is that what he told you?
Mm-hmm.
Well, excuse my pessimism, but I'll believe it when I see it.
You wouldn't see them. The Sparrowhawks, they're pretty discreet. They were only at the festival because they're giving the Sons of Bouclier a break. And can you imagine if the Sons of Bouclier had got instead?
Yeah, that wouldn't be great.
Anyway, he said that Kaya Reed is directing a small group of them to look into the Hungered. So they have a bit of information, but not as much as we have. The Hungered is all citizens. Many of them came from Crowspin. He said hundreds went missing 5 years ago. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of information about the Undercity because there aren't records. I brought it up, and I seem to pique his interest about why the Undercity is so overlooked. So hopefully questions are being raised and things will start to improve. But I think that we as a group can do a lot more for your people.
I appreciate that.
One more thing. I mentioned the lava, and he said that he had noticed what he thought were maggots going through garbage and waste. But he hadn't thought anything of it. He said they were picking at the bones of food, looking for meat. So,
Do you think it'd be good if we had some to bring to Revenir? Maybe we could get some from Crick?
I mean, we could, but I don't know if I want to, open that jar. I don't...
We could probably bring the whole jar, don't you think?
You think Crick would let us take his experiments?
He's probably got another jar.
What if we accidentally drop it?
We'll let Roaring Bear carry it. He never drops anything.
That's a good point. I think it's worth a shot.
Or I can hold it and then turn into a horse or something, and then I'll be holding it, becomes kind of a part of me, and then we ride there.
I don't need that image in my head.
I also don't know if those...
Describe a strange horse.
I also don't
amazing.
think those larvae becoming a part of you is such a good idea.
Good point. Good point.
Just in case. But it's true. Revenir is a powerful druid. She might know more than we do.
Well, we might, no offense to Crick over here, but we might also be able to get someone to look at it that maybe is more qualified than self-taught Crick. Perhaps someone from Nouveau.
Has a different perspective, for sure. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, me too.
Well,
What is Nouveau?
the big tower in the middle. It's where the library is. It's the biggest building in the entire city. You cannot have missed it.
Warren Bear pokes his head
I
inside.
had seen.
So that's what that is.
Are we going to be able to go
Well, that is-
inside? That's exciting.
Have you not been?
No, I've never been.
Oh, it's wonderful.
And there's books, like lots of books in this library.
Many.
I pull out my Nouveau maximum library card.
Wow.
It'll be great. Roy and Bear, let's go see Crick real quick. Let's see if we can pick up some of those larvae for the trip back. Are you
Yes.
done with the deer?
Yes.
It's
It
gonna be
should
like
probably
Timon
be cooked
and
by
Pumbaa.
someone who isn't me.
What?
I tend to char my food when I cook it. If I cook it.
You need help cooking.
Yes, I do.
Make a fire.
I can do that. Yes, I can do that. Do you have a place for a fire?
Yeah. Well, got a forge.
That should work.
All
You
right.
have a forge.
I mean, not here, but yeah. That's where he looks at his arm. We work with metal.
Oh, of course. Oh, that's so cool, though.
I've never
We'll probably have to clean it
Forge,
out
I've heard of them.
afterwards.
but we don't have access to things like that where I come from.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. You want to see?
Yes.
So you guys are
Light the fire and go visit Crick. Yes.
so you guys are going to the forge to cook your meal.
Yeah. Oh, one other thing. I probably showed everybody else the box, but Prayaria and Lorelei were gone. So I'll
Pull out
pull
your
out the
box.
box that Micah gave me. Yeah. Say, this is from my father. He gave it to Micah to give to me in case he ever disappeared. I guess he had some sort of contingency plan in place. I had no idea about it. And he'll pull out the journal. He'll say, I think we could use it to decode the book that Crick gave us.
Do you know what's inside?
Yeah. He opens it up. What?
There, I mean, like I said, it's like hieroglyphics, tons of symbols and it looks illegible, like in a completely different language that you've never seen before. You do make an intelligence check for me.
Okay. So 19.
Okay. You see the number 5 occurs a lot.
Interesting. I took a look at it last night.
This
but
is just like in the time span that you had to kind of flip through it, and
Yeah.
like off the bat, you notice that the number 5 is a recurring theme.
I'm sure there's a
throughout.
pattern. I see the number 5 a lot, but I haven't quite been able to crack it yet.
Do you show it to everyone?
Yeah.
Finalai, make a religion check.
Okay.
Hey, I'm proficient in religion. Is that cool?
It only applies to Finn. In this specific instance, it only applies to Finn.
8.
You aren't paying attention. You're petting Snonk and
Aw.
and you're just talking to him and booping his little nose against yours while while
Very
everyone
distracting.
and he's just like
Checks out.
wait. All right, so we're heading to the forge to cook our food. You guys head over there. It is a massive, in this kind of community, there are locations within the community that everyone uses. So, like, not everyone has their own bathroom. There's a community bathroom. Like, not even Urmir does. Like, you would go out and you would use this communal cavern space within different areas. And there would be one kind of, peppered out throughout the entire Undercity. The same thing goes for the forge and, like, an oven. Of sorts. It's actually used as an oven, but Urmir and his father used it as a forge. So it's actually Revenir calls it a forge, but it's actually this communal, very large oven where people go and they bake things and they cook things. And it's just this massive crack that goes up the side of the wall. And they just kind of pile in wood, and it has this glowing embers. It's actually very interesting from far away. It looks like a gateway to somewhere that you could walk into, like the gate, almost like a gateway into hell, because it's up along the side of the wall. And then all of like this fire and these glowing embers are kind of like going up the side like a vein in the wall.
Lorelei averts her eyes.
Yeah, I imagine it would probably
frowny face.
I imagine it would probably creep Lorelei out a little bit.
It's like, oh, that's very cool. I'm gonna I'll be over here.
And Roaring Bear, you who's cooking? Does anybody have proficiency in cooking utensils? No, but I'm pretty sure nobody does. I don't remember seeing it. Great. Who wants to burn the food?
I have an herbalism kit.
That is
Does that
not.
help?
No, there's cooking utensils.
I'll take a crack at it. I know how this thing works.
Gosh, let's see. Cooking. Let's make this a.
I can be a deer. Does that help?
Yeah, between.
No, being a deer does not help. I'm sorry.
You want to get eaten.
You see what Roaring Bear does to deer, right?
Okay, go ahead.
It depends on the day. I mean,
go ahead and give me an intelligence roll for this, I guess. This is a.
Okay, I got this.
No, give me survival. This would be survival.
Oh,
Survival, I can do it.
all right, yeah, go ahead, RB. That's all you, homie.
But I intentionally pawn this off because I know that I'm a bad cook.
But I would say that's what I'm saying I would say with disadvantage in this instance because you're not proficient with cooking tools.
Well, what if we did it together, like the head chef and the sous chef type of situation?
No, there's no proficiency in cooking tools. It would be like somebody who's never like done heart surgery getting someone else to help them do heart surgery. Both people don't know how to do heart surgery.
Double disaster.
Proficiencies matter. Proficiency matters. So, roll with disadvantage, Roaring Bear.
Ooh.
Efficiency matters.
Oh, not bad.
15.
15? Okay. You actually you do a pretty good job. You kind of like stand there for a second and just think really hard and like go pour through your memories a little bit of people you know and watching them cook, and you try your best to kind of imitate what you remember seeing them do, people within your clan, raking the meat over the fire, or raking the coals over the meat within the fire, taking another utensil and just kind of pouring and burying the meat under the coals. It's not seasoned, but when you take it out, it has that very like charcoaly taste to it because it was like the way it was cooked. But it's cooked well. It's not overcooked at all, and it's not tough. And everyone enjoys a good meal made from you.
I believe
Very gamey.
this is the best cooking I've done in ever.
Roaring Bear is the official cook of the party.
It's very gamey, very earthy.
Oh, no.
You can taste the charred wood that's just stuck all over it because it was raked over the coals. But it's a nice dinner for those of you who aren't vegetarians. Or nice breakfast for those of you who aren't vegetarians. So you have...
I haven't eaten in 3 days. 2 days.
Oh my god.
Do you want a good berry? Do you want a good berry?
No, I have a deer.
Well, okay.
Farrah's gonna push her portion of deer over to him. Eats.
No, I'm used to not eating much.
Eats.
I assure you I'm okay.
I'll take it.
You brought the food, you cooked the food, you deserve to eat the food.
Okay, she gives it to Lorelei, but she's still kind of staring
Like
down
he's sitting
Roy
here
there.
eating like this whole back leg.
Oh, is he just like, he's got the whole back honk of one of the back legs, and he's just like
Save some
Like
for
a-
Urmir, man.
like the barbarian he is.
It's his forge.
I've got the other leg, homie.
Revenir has the other leg. He's chomping down, enjoying it. And you have this delicious breakfast. What would you guys like to do next now?
While they're eating, Finn's gonna be like, I'm gonna go out and walk Snonk because he hasn't been out lately. Is Samson eating as well?
Oh, Snonk peed and pooped all over Revenir's house. Like,
I'm gonna go walk him anyway. Samson, you want to come?
Absolutely. We can go pick up the larva.
Oh yeah, let's do that.
We'll do that, and we'll come back. Be fun.
Don't drop it.
We'll try not to.
Oh,
Put it inside you either as a horse.
Can't tell me what to do, Urmir. Can't tell me what to do.
We're definitely eating that pig now.
So when they get far enough away from the forge, Finn's going to kind of look over at Samson. Did you notice Lorelei, how she looked when she came in?
Yeah, she looks a little tired. Nothing more than didn't get last night's sleep, I guess. What'd you think?
I don't know. I've seen that look before, and I feel like it's not from Lorelei specifically, but I just know it, and I feel like if she would have had a good time at the place with the Sparrowhawks, she wouldn't have looked like that. She looked a little disturbed. I don't know. She didn't just look tired, like she was out of it.
You talking about the look she gave when she came into Uramir's place, or the look she had on her face when we got to the forge?
In Uramir's place. Like she just looked like she was thinking about something, or she was just like, I don't know. She looked, she didn't look good.
It's hard to say now without asking her, but I have found it's best to follow those instincts. Maybe you should ask her about it. Like, what could it hurt? It's always good to check in on people.
That's true. I just didn't want to ask like in front of everybody because I didn't want to, call her out or anything.
It's like, hey, you look like shit. What happened?
I already asked her why her face looked like that, and
it's like that's just how she is, man. Like, come on. I mean, you know what? You're right. You shouldn't just come on and say it like that. Maybe like tonight or like after she's had a nap or something. Be like, hey, didn't want to mention it, but you look like crap.
just like that. You think I should say it just like that? Okay.
Oh
I mean, that's what you know what? It's not what I would do. You know what I do? What I would do, honestly, I just let it go.
It's not what you do, but you do it.
No.
Okay.
It's not what I would do. I would just let it go. Personally, like I've had rough nights every now and then. Like I've had a little bit too much to drink. And she's so small, she could have like half a shot, and that happened. So it's kind of tough. So I would let it go. But if you have an instinct, if you feel something, you need to check in on her. Just do it. I'm sure she'd appreciate it.
So let it go. But if I feel something, say she looks like crap. Okay, I got it.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right.
Why did anybody come pick up these bodies of the cannibals?
Oh, yeah, they're gone.
I mean, if the Sparrowhawks didn't pick up the bodies, who do you think did?
No, I mean, like, there's nothing but bones left.
Oh, something ate them. That's rough.
Okay.
Probably more cannibals.
It's not good. Let's go talk to Crick. Get out of here before they eat us.
Thank you, Lawful Stupid RPG, for the rate of 16, by the way. Thank you.
Woo.
Too lawful stupid. Speaking of
I don't
which,
have anything in your bed.
speaking of lawful stupid, hey Crick.
So you make your way to the entrance of his hovel, and there is his curtain, and you don't hear anything at first, but you hear like a shuffling, or like a rustling, and like that.
Wait, shouldn't we knock first? Don't just open his curtain.
I open the curtain. Sometimes you just feel it and lie. You just gotta, if you have that instinct, you just gotta go with it.
A lot of stuff, Samson.
Yeah.
You feel a lot of things, Samson.
Sometimes you just feel it. Gotta go with it.
You
Mr. Crick.
you open the curtain and you don't see him, but you see the trunk like move.
You do that thing where you talk to him.
You have to see him.
Finn's gonna like cautiously approach the trunk and knock on it. Mr. Crick?
He knocks back.
Oh, yeah, that's him. Can I open it?
Is he locked in? Like, what's the problem?
I don't know.
We open it.
So there's a lock on the outside of it.
Oh no.
Oh no, that's not good. What kind of lock is it?
It's your humdrum lock.
Like a padlock inside, or like just like a lock on the outside?
Like a padlock on the outside.
Oh.
Oh.
Do you know how to...
Oh, and as you walk in, not all of them, but there are less larvae in this room. There are buckets missing, and the jar is missing, but not all of them are gone.
Okay.
I got a feeling that he's got the key, but we should probably look around first, real quick.
Okay, you don't know how to break this lock?
I mean, I can break the lock. I can totally break the lock. I pull out a dagger. I'm gonna try and break the lock off.
Okay. Roll to hit.
Like I'm gonna take my dagger and like stick it in, and then get some leverage, and I'm just gonna try to pop the whole thing off, like pull the wood and like the screws out or whatever's holding it in place. Roll to hit.
Yeah, the mechanics are weird here. It's like a roll to hit and then you deal damage, right?
Sure. I rolled a 4. It's a lock though, so that's a 9 total. I mean, it's a lock. Like I stuck my knife in it. Like
I mean, like I think most common locks have a DC of 10. Daniel, you just...
what did I? Okay, I try again. Yeah,
Can I take Samson's arm and help pull?
Sure, give it.
Stand on the other side of it so he gets advantage.
A strength
This is
check.
a weird one.
What am I doing?
It's a 13 now to hit.
Yeah. Okay.
It's like, okay, the first one I stuck it like hit directly to the side of the lock. Okay.
Strength. A natural 20.
Hey.
Really?
I take Samson's arm out of its socket.
No, you just like I rip his arm off.
And the lock.
Oh no, I'm sorry, Samson.
Whoops.
Let me put that back on right there. No, I imagine like with Finn as he helps you, he grabs the lock with the bottom of the lock with one hand and then puts his hand on top of yours, and then like he knows you're doing it wrong, but he doesn't want to be rude and say anything, so he's just like just very quickly like under and up and just kunk.
Look at us. Well done. Good job, everyone.
Samson.
Good job, everyone. Team Finn and Samson. Well done, everyone. I think we all did well here. Let's help him out.
You see, Crick is just like very alarmed as like the light, and like he just kind of like as the light from the room. Actually, there probably wouldn't be any light in the room with the candle. The candle probably would have gone out, but he would probably still be very scared and like. And then he'll see your faces for a moment, and he'll just like, ugh. And it'll take him a second, but he'll begin to calm back down.
He's never seen me. I open it up as a tiefling.
Yes. So he's
like
terrified.
horns like crazy.
He's like
fangs.
Yeah, he's probably freaking out then. I forgot. Yeah, he's freaking out. And then he sees Finn and he's like,
It's okay. It's okay. He's a friend.
and he just kind of like puts both hands like, and he's gonna like sadly attempt to try and get out of this cramped box that he's been in.
Can I help him up?
Yes, he looks at you like he just looks at you, like nobody's helping him, and then Finn helps and he grabs your arm and he just kind of like gets out, and you see him just kind of like crack his back, like, and you hear the bones crack, and he just kind of like a little bit, and he just kind of like begins cracking and stretching. You make an insight check if you'd like.
I give him a good berry.
He takes it and honks it down. What am I trying to say here? Harks it?
11.
Barfs it down.
Scarfs it down. What'd you roll?
11.
Okay. He's cracking his back and he's stretching. You get the sense he's probably been in there for a while.
Do you normally sleep in that? Right. Gonna concentrate on him. Sorry. Do you normally sleep in that trunk?
No. Well, yes. I don't sleep often, but I do sleep in the trunk. And you see pillows and stuff in there, and blankets and everything. It's safer to sleep in the trunk. Keeps them away. And he looks around and he's like,
But then how
did you take some?
No,
He's starting to look a little bit alarmed now.
we just got back and we saw that a lot of your larvae are gone.
Which is unfortunate because we need to borrow some.
Yeah. Wait, do you normally lock yourself in the trunk too?
No,
It's
I don't.
possible.
I don't. He just looks irritated. Like, you don't hear him, Daniel, by the way. Remember, you can't hear him talking.
I look at Finn like, how could he lock himself in the trunk?
Right, that was
It's really hard.
He's like, no, of course not. I went to sleep, and I couldn't get out this morning.
Oh, did you hear anything weird? I mean, footsteps or anything, like a voice?
No, I was asleep.
Oh. I see. Well, it looks like you got robbed.
Oh, what robbed me of? I have nothing. What? He just looks very confused. Like, he doesn't understand why.
And we need the larva. Like, what's he doing? Does he not want to give them to us?
It's not that. He's just saying that he obviously didn't lock himself in the trunk because somebody else locked him in the trunk while he was sleeping, and also somebody stole all his larvae.
But not that one. I can see it over there.
Yeah, not all of them are gone. A lot of them are gone, though.
A lot of them. Wonder who would do such a thing. Like Revenir.
Samson, stop assuming.
You're wrong.
He just kind of like begins looking around, and he's searching his hovel to see if there was anything else that was taken while you guys are talking to one another.
Do you see anything else that was stolen, Crick?
Not off the bat. Initially, He goes over and he sees like that the papers on his desk have been kind of like strewn about, and he's just looking like the drawers within his desk have been thrown out as well.
Finn's gonna walk over to the desk and look specifically for that vial of with the black liquid, the cure.
You're gonna search for it?
Yes.
Go ahead and
I will
and
help if I can.
yeah, go ahead. So make that investigation check with advantage with help.
16.
Okay. You begin to kind of like help Crick, and you begin searching and looking through the different papers, and the papers that fell on the floor are all soggy now. And Crick's just trying to pick them up and like lay them back out, and you don't see it.
So as Finn's bending to help him pick up his papers and dry them out, he's gonna try and they took your vial too. Your cure for death.
You don't know how long that took me. He's just like Samson, all you hear is and you can see like he's getting so worked up that the gauze on his neck is just like blowing some of the air that's going through his windpipe is somehow being forced out a little bit from his neck, and it's just soaking up on the gauze on his neck, and he's panicking, and he's freaking out, and he's just like, it has to be here somewhere. It has to be here somewhere.
Rick, I think they took that too, but we're gonna try and find out who did this, okay? And I can't say we could get it back, but we'll find out who took it.
He's just defeated. He just sits down, and he's just defeated.
So do I have bandages like in my
If you have it, it would be in your bag.
It would be like specifically stated. Samson, do you have any bandages or anything?
I think I got a kit. A help kit, maybe? Hold on. Let me look in my bag. Now I start fumbling through my stuff to see what I have. Nope. He can have part of my shirt. I rip a piece of my cloak off a big square. Hey, does this help?
Probably. Crick, do you mind if we change those for you? They look really dirty.
He looks up and he's like, change what?
Your bandages?
Oh. I can do it. And he'll hold his hand out.
Oh, okay. So he gives them over.
I rip off a few more strands.
Okay. And he just begins to he turns away. He doesn't want you to see, and he turns away towards the wall, and he unravels the gauze around his neck, and then you actually see, as he does, on the back of his neck, the wound goes up over into the back, and you can actually see parts of his spinal cord in the back of his head. And then he takes the cloth and he wraps it back around.
As he's doing the like one right in the middle, I say, hold up, and I take 3 good berries and I kind of mash them up, make like a little paste, and I rub it into the cloth first before he wraps it around his neck and say, this will help with some of the infection. Maybe clear some of that up. Just keep it in there. It's good for it.
He kind of looks at it for a second. And he hesitates, but as y'all have been so nice to him, he then begins to wrap it, and he kind of winces a little bit as it hits that infection and the sensitive parts of his wound, and he just kind of like as he wraps it back up, and that kind of hits and begins to seep into the wound a little bit. So he looks a little uncomfortable.
Crick, we just have a few questions before we head out again. Number 1, I know you don't have a lot of larvae left, but can we borrow a jar?
Well, the jar is gone. The jar is gone, but there are buckets on the ground. There are still some buckets on the ground with that cloth on top of it. Some of the buckets, the cloth is not on it, and all of the larvae that were in that bucket are gone. And then, but in comparison to what you had seen before, there's probably like, he probably has like 10% of what he had.
I mean, do you have another jar? Like an empty one?
He leans back and he looks at you, Finn, and he goes, "Take it. That's the point now."
I mean, you have been really helpful. And hopefully we'll be able to go off what you told us in order to figure out what's happening. But, Samson, do you have something to put those, or one of those in?
Well, surely this is a man of science. Surely he's got another jar around here somewhere.
He's also doesn't have a lot.
Good point.
I have a box, I think. So Finn's gonna dig in his backpack and pull out like an alms box.
Alms box?
With yes, like it's basically a very small box.
Okay.
What are they normally like made of? I think they're usually like metal, aren't they?
The way that I imagine them and how I picture them, if you've seen the animated version of Robin Hood, the Disney one with the foxes, Friar Tuck, I believe, he carries around a wooden alms box, and it has like a slit at the top and a handle, and it's just wooden.
Okay.
And so I think there's a way like you can unlock the hinge of it and it will swing open. And then you can get the coins out of it. But yeah, basically like a wooden shoebox with a handle and a slit at the top, and it has like a hinge.
I've got a backpack. No, I'm keeping all my other stuff in that. I got a water skin. We could empty it and put one of them in there.
Don't you need that?
I don't really drink water.
What? That sounds unhealthy.
It's the good berries. I don't need it. I just need the good berry. I don't really drink water.
Okay. Well, I guess this does have a hole in it, so it might crawl out.
I mean, it's for the incense, yeah. Yeah, we can do the water skin. I pop the top. It's like yay big around, right? So, like a water skin size.
But how are we gonna pick it up? Like, it might jump at you.
He's got some tongs right there. We'll grab them.
He doesn't have tongs, Daniel. Don't you be putting stuff there that ain't there.
Crick, how do you pick them up?
He goes over and you see these hashed together. They look like leather gloves with metal on them, like he's put together. It's not chainmail because he's definitely not like rich enough for that or even at all. But it looks like bits of metal, just kind of like from silverware, like the prongs of forks and stuff that he's kind of twisted around the fingers and stuff. And they go all the way down to like his a little past his elbow. Or they would go past your elbow if you put them on.
See, look, Crick, if you don't mind, my friend, I hold a water skin and I kind of put like my cloak over my hands so they can't get me. Just pop one of them bad boys in here.
Okay. All right. So Crick is going to go over and he's going to put his gloves on. You see him put his gloves on. And then he's going to go over to one of the buckets and he will gesture you to come close. I'm assuming that you do.
I move closer.
Like right next to him, and he'll look at Finn for a second and tap his forehead one more time so that he can tell Samson what he needs to do. Okay. You have to communicate with him so that he can respond. That's why he does that. He knows that.
Yeah. So hold it out and be careful, and then I guess he's gonna pick one up, right?
Crick looks at you and then to Samson. He goes, "Must be very quick when they get a sense for freedom. They will try to escape and or crawl up into one of your holes."
Okay.
And then he just points at his nose and his ears.
Samson,
I hold it very far away from me.
just be very quick, because if you don't, it'll bury up into your nose and it'll get into your brain. Okay?
Some risks are worth it.
No, it's not worth it.
Totally worth it.
Just be quick.
Okay, I'll be quick.
Okay. All right.
I can't put you down if if it gets into your brain. I don't have the heart for that, so just don't get infected.
All right. So Crick is going to make a dex check to pick up this thing first. Okay. All right. So Crick reaches down and he grabs one of them, and immediately as he grabs it, begins to struggle, and you see it kind of like expand and contract in his hand, and you see on the snout it's almost like a oh god, I wish I could remember what they are. I'm sure you know, Danny. They had that their snout kind of looks like a pig snout, but it looks like they have fingers on the end of them.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I don't.
Mole rat. Is it a mole? It's not a mole rat. But yeah, it. I mean,
yeah.
It's
the star. What is it called? Star mole or something?
Star mole.
Star-nosed mole.
Yeah. And like you didn't see it before, but as he picks it up, you see that front end just kind of like go from smooth, like a smooth maggot, but then kind of like rips open, and you see those kind of like finger-like black appendages just kind of come out like this, and it just begins writhing, and he's gonna quickly move over to you. You also, I need you to make a dexterity check for me here. And you see as he does this, you needed it. That's all you needed was a 10. That's all you needed was a 10. Oh my god.
Samson, quickly.
It's just writhing, and you see and you hear the other larva as it's been picked up. They begin to you hear that squelching and squishing, and they're all just kind of writhing, like they recognize that this larva has been picked up, and you immediately as he leans over with it, you take your wineskin and you just right in, and then you screw it on.
No problem. There was never any risk. Nothing could have gone wrong. What a good... Thank you, my man, Crick. I don't touch him, but I would have given him a pat on the back. I act like I'm about to, and then I stop. Don't want to knock his arm off.
He's just like...
Thank you, Crick. All right, I think we should probably head back to the party now, huh?
For sure. Let's head on back. Hey, Crick. Thank you, my good man. You are a gentleman and a scholar. If we can find a way through someone up on the surface who knows something, we will certainly send them down here and see if they can maybe do something about your condition.
Right, and we will try and find that vial for you, the one that somebody stole. Oh, why do you have that vial? Is there a reason you're making that? Just curious.
He looks at you strange, and he's like, I told you. If I had that already, Revenir's mother would still be here. I'm hoping. He kind of like looks down as he says this, and still not realizing what he already had is already gone, and speaking in the wrong tense. He says, he repeats himself again. Instead, this time he says, I hoped that would be a cure that would save anyone from death. To bring them back. Who knows? I don't even know now. Everything that I had been collecting is gone now. And so who knows what would have been.
Well, your efforts won't be in vain, we promise.
Such a Boy Scout. I love him
True-
so
true
much.
facts. True facts.
So much.
Thank you, Crick. Thank you, Crick.
He just sits back down on one of the flat stone rocks that he's been using as a chair, and he just puts his head in his hands and just he's quiet. Demoralized man. Demoralized broken man. His work gone.
I look as we leave. I look at Finn and I say, "Hey, how good are you at finding things? Can you do so magically?"
I don't think I know a spell for that quite yet, but I could try and look around. What do you need to find?
Well, that vial, obviously. Someone took it.
Yeah.
We know one thing in particular might be easier to find whoever took it, especially once we get down in here and do whatever we do. But I mean, maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh, wait. So I'm gonna run back into Crick's place real quick. Crick, I'm just going to borrow this real quick. He's gonna take one of the papers that had been on the floor. I'll bring it back, I promise. And he's going to rush back out. And maybe Snog can find it by sniffing. But we'll do that later.
One of those two, yeah. Snog's pretty good.
He might be able to sniff it.
Snockers is a good trapper.
Truffles and black goo from undead worms are the same, right?
What is black truffle other than black goo?
This is true.
Black truffle goo.
Snog.
All right, so you guys make your way back to the party. What has the party been doing? Just eating the deer while this has been going down? Just chilling with breakfast? So
Lorelei would normally be scribbling in her journal, like she does it every time we're chilling, but she's not, noticeably.
Revenir is probably flipping through pages of the notebook, working on deciphering.
Hand on his forehead, just like the thinking, like eyebrows furrowed, like focusing heavily.
All that.
I'm making myself a deer pelt water skin. That's what I'm doing. It'll take a while.
Yeah, it's gonna take a little bit. But he's making a water skin.
When we get back, I will inform the party of our success, and
just kind of hold up the.
Yeah, let them know what we got, and then I'll be like, then I'll say, yeah, and Finn, tell him what happened to Crick and all of his stuff.
So,
and then I will look dead ass at Revenir while she tells the story.
Unfortunately, when we were, at Revenir's place, somebody broke into Crick's place, and while he was sleeping in his trunk, locked him in and robbed him of almost all the larvae, and also that vial of the cure for death that he had.
With every single thing you say, her eyes just get wider and wider.
Until her eye is nothing but pupil.
And thinking about it now, he probably would have suffocated and died had we not gone there and broke the lock and got him out. So whoever did it didn't really care about offing him in order to get those larvae. I know that was a lot, but
Yeah,
I know that's a
we're
lot
just
for you guys to
kinda
handle.
Do you have any idea who it could have been?
well, Samson over here has an idea of who he thinks it could be.
Let me guess. Revenir.
I would like to hear what Revenir thinks is an explanation for this.
We don't steal from each other down here. He'll look directly at Samson when he says it.
But Revenir seems to set himself apart, doesn't he? He's the only one that has guards.
Oh, it could have been a Sparrowhawk snuck down here, stole from him.
Don't you think that's selfish of him?
Revenir, he has our best interest at heart. Even if his methods don't coincide with what the people above think.
Do you know something? I don't mean to... Just the way you said that, it sounded like you knew something about whatever he's planning.
I know as much as you do. I don't know what he's planning. I just don't like that, especially Samson, continues to accuse him without any evidence. Yeah, he's not the most friendly person, but
Hey,
not everybody's okay with the lot that we have down here. Some of us make do, some of us get a little more upset. Wouldn't you be if you had to live in a cave?
Oh, you're right. Hey, you know what we should do? We should go ask Revenir. Maybe she can give us some insight on this. Yeah, you're right.
Is
Maybe
Crick safe
it's not
alone?
Revenir.
Is Crick safe alone?
I mean, probably not, but I don't think he's going to be able to lock himself, or no, he didn't lock himself in the trunk. I don't think anyone's going to be able to lock him in the trunk anymore because we broke it. We broke the lock.
Whoever broke in got what they wanted. It's unlikely that they would come back.
What did the lock look like?
Just a regular old padlock.
Old? New?
Was it old or new? Lauren?
It was a fairly rusty lock.
Seemed to match the chest.
Hmm.
I agree, though. We should take what we found to Revenir. We found quite a bit.
Yeah, let's see what she has to say about all this.
Do you have a larvae?
We do. It's in that water skin.
How are we going to... How is she going to look at it without us opening it?
We're gonna have to open it. They'll have a jar. We'll use a jar.
I didn't think about that.
You better hope they have a jar.
Oh, good. Like they don't have any jars in all of Cambria. It's got to be one somewhere. We'll pick one up on the way at the general store. Like, my goodness. Like, someone's got a jar. We'll get a good one.
Revenir pulls a jar out of his bag.
Look, Ermi
A jar.
good. Look at this.
You wasted water skin.
Do you have a vial in
On
your,
a
in your
larva.
bag?
Do I?
Do you have a vial in your
water.
bag?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe.
I assumed he had one, like, in his shop.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would probably
Use
you
a
would,
shot.
you would have an empty wine bottle from last night.
Yeah. We'll put it in there.
We'll do that when we get there. You know, because it's safe right now. Once we get there, we'll shake it out into the jar. No problem.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we'll let you handle that.
So you guys can stop by and get one of those empty wine bottles if you want, as well as like a one of the old corks as well from that wine bottle that you can seal it with once it's in there. And so you go back, you grab that, and you make your way over to the Fool's Gold Inn. So I think this is a good place for us to take a break, since we're about to do that big conversation with Revenir. So, with that being said, we'll go ahead and do our giveaway. I'm going to open it up just momentarily. If you have not entered our giveaway, I'm reopening it for just a second. The command is !loot. Remember, it is for our founder enamel pin, signed by Daniel and I. There's only 13 left, so please go ahead and enter. And I'll give you guys just a second to do that.
Are we gonna just draw a winner when we come back from break?
Yes. So we'll draw the winner once we come back from break. But I went ahead and I opened it up. So anybody who has not entered, please go ahead and enter now. Again, that's the command loot to enter our giveaway. So without any further ado, we're gonna go take our break for a second, and we'll be back in just a minute. we are back. All right. So, you guys make your way back to the Fool's Gold Inn. You enter, and it's crowded and lively and thrumming, and people are drinking and enjoying. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, are we announcing the giveaway real quick?
Oh my gosh! I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me go ahead and pick our winner. I'm closing entries.
Thank you, everyone, for sticking around through the break. We're about to have some fun Revenir talk. But
thank you so much for sticking around through the break. All right, our winner is a cat attack. You are our winner. You there? You are our winner. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. A cat attack.
A cat attack. It should still be around. I want to shout out A cat attack because I believe that is one of the nice ladies from the Femsplained podcast.
Oh,
if I'm
that's
not mistaken.
right. I think you are right.
So congratulations. If you for all of you here in chat and everyone who watches on the VOD, if you have not seen the Femsplained podcast, go check that out on Spotify, iTunes, and wherever podcasts are found. Lots of good content where they talk nerdy stuff. It's just a couple of nice ladies chatting and doing their thing. So go check them out.
Yes. So awesome. Yeah, you are our winner. I'll send you a message I will send you a message at the end of our stream, and we will get this pin sent to you ASAP. Thank you so much for participating in our giveaway, and also for the shout out on Femsplained. All of us, we all listened to it, and we were like I personally was so humbled for the mention, and thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Like it really, it made my day, honestly. So thank you so much for mentioning us. We really do appreciate that.
Snog heart.
Yes. Snog hearts all around.
Snog
I'm
hearts.
totally putting that in chat for you. Yes. Where's the snog
Knock hearts in the chat.
Snog hearts in the chat. Yeah, Daniel. You got it, Daniel. Send some
I can
snog
do
hearts.
it.
Send some snog hearts for me. Snog hearts all around. All right, and I will send that to you at the end of the stream. So you guys walk into this inn. Again, like it's lively. You see some people trying to pull those platinum coins off the floor again, and some of the patrons laughing. The ones that are native to Cambria. And Penny sees you all walk in, and she goes, "Good on ya! Welcome back. Some of you didn't show up back here. I got a little bit worried. But it's good to see you again. Your table right over here. I could get you some ale. I would pour you some wine, but all the corkscrews have gone missing, and we haven't been able to get any new ones yet. But you know, I'm sure they'll turn up. Also, we're missing a lot of silverware too. So lots of bread. But you might have to use your hands. But it's all fine. It's fine. We're getting some more soon. But yes, if you see any corkscrews lying about, or if you happen to find the silverware, that would be we'd be much obliged. But yeah, your corner's right over here.
We'll keep a lookout.
Actually,
is it very packed in the inn?
It's not like packed where it would be uncomfortable to move around within it, but it's full. I would say it's filled. Like it's got people in it. There's enough people in here to where it's a little bit difficult to hear somebody if they're talking to you without sitting next to them or close to them.
Okay.
So before
before we head to the corner, he's going to take out his paper and bend down and let Snog take a smell of it, a sniff, and he's going to be like, "Keep your nose and your eyes open in case you smell something similar, okay?"
Snog just looks up at you, eyes and nose glistening, and he's just like,
Good. Snonk's on the case. Okay.
You all look at this and like Samson, you know she's not like speaking an animal language, so you know that Snog has no clue what she just said because you know how to speak to animals. But like it looks like he's acknowledged it, and he just like he paws at the paper a little bit with his little piggy hoof, and he just like boops the paper a couple times, and it gets stuck to his face.
Finn, I didn't know you knew swine. When did you pick that up?
I've been learning it from Snonk.
He's a good piglet. Good piglet.
He is.
And he trots behind you with the paper stuck to his nose, and he almost like he starts running into people's legs because he can't see where he's going.
Poor Crick. Like, we'll return this. Don't worry.
I love this pig.
I would die for this pig.
You and the entire audience loves this pig.
We're all gonna have pet pigs before the stream is over.
Or some kind of pet. So you all take a seat at your corner.
Mm-hmm.
You have a moment.
Like usual.
You have a moment to commune with one another before you talk to Revenir.
Wait, did you just say like usual? Are you always just standing there?
Yeah, he
Or
didn't stand
crouching.
the last time.
Your boy doesn't sit.
Interesting.
Hey, Roaring Bear, how come you never sit?
Do you have a childhood tailbone injury?
Very legit question.
No, we allow me to clarify something for you. Where I come from, we don't really have wood. We can't make furniture, so we don't have any.
Where do you come from?
I believe the phrase is the middle of nowhere.
In my experience, the middle of nowhere has a lot of wood.
Well, but where is nowhere?
You have a different nowhere.
Where's your nowhere?
In the middle of the desert.
And where?
She just gives up.
Are there like rocks? Like, can you sit on rocks as chairs?
We could.
But you don't.
They're hot.
Have you considered that maybe the floor is the world's largest chair?
Oh yes, we sit on the floor all the time.
You're a
I could
genius,
not
Samson.
see over the table.
You're a genius, Samson.
Well, why don't you try sitting in the chair? I mean, just because you've never done it before doesn't mean you shouldn't try, right?
I just don't want to.
Oh, okay.
To each his own.
Last time I saw people sit in chairs, they fell on their butts because they broke. And then the time before that, they flew out of them.
Okay, that's a fair point. You've got us there.
All right.
So,
Any other strange questions?
Sure, we'll think of more.
Is there anything you guys would like to say to each other before Groon approaches you all?
I have one.
Okay.
Is Ermir still wearing those glasses?
I was about to ask him that
Oh, yeah.
Ermir? Give me the glasses. Those are Groon's. They pop those lenses back in.
My bad.
Yeah, give them here.
Forgot I had them on. Yeah.
Give them here. I take them, I pop the lenses back in, and I put them in my pocket.
Okay. Okay, so is there anything else? Okay. That was gonna be what I was gonna ask him. So, you all see Penny bring out Groon, and he's squinting really terribly. She has him on her arm, and she's talking to him and walking him over to the table. And of course, Grun is that half-orc with long flowing robes of purple and had half-moon spectacles before, but currently they are not on his face, and he seems to be having a tough time. He approaches the table, and Penny, hey, Grun, here's that group, Revenir's group. And she just kind of, he bumps into the table, and Penny walks away and goes to get some more drinks. And he looks at Prayaria, and he goes, Roaring Bear, I do believe that you've gotten a little taller.
Oh, yes, standing makes you taller.
Well, you sound different. Finn, I'm so sorry, Finn. And he puts an arm on Lorelei. I seem to have misplaced my glasses. You'll have to forgive me, but I could take you to Revenir, if somebody will take my arm, and I roughly know how to get there. I can just tell you. We could all go.
I'll grab his hand and say, I'll take you. I'll take you so you can take us.
I should have I should have a spare pair in Saltstone. Lady Revenir was going to get them for me before she came back here. She has a way of traveling through.
I will pull out the half-moon spectacles that I have fixed, and I will pull them out, and I will say, "Oh, Dr. Grun, I think we have somehow we've come upon them. Here you go," and I will hand them back to him.
You found my glasses, and he just kind of he holds out his hand, but it's it's like your head, at your head instead of where you're actually handing it to him.
I find his hand and put him in there.
He just with both hands clasps onto them, and he puts them on, and he make an intelligence check.
Me?
To see if you put them in the right way.
There's no way. Can they go in wrong? I guess. Okay.
Yeah, imagine if my left lens was in my right lens was in my left lens, and my left lens was in my right lens. Then it'd be oh God.
That is a 13 or 12. 12.
He just kind of are you sure these are my glasses? I mean, they feel right, but I can't really see well out of them.
I'll switch them around. I'll pull them off his face and switch them around.
You switch him around, and
I guess.
You give him back, and he's like, "Oh, that is much better. Thank you. Where did you find my glasses? You said you just happened upon them." Roll a deception check.
Before you even speak.
No, I don't want to roll a deception check. There was a bloke who stole from us, a thief, and when we got our stuff back, we got that as well.
Oh,
Revenir cut Samson.
I will cut back. This motherfucker.
Roll a deception. No, I'm just kidding.
Nah. Hey, good. I mean, sometimes it's hard to tell. But yeah, we got him off a guy who stole from us.
Oh, well,
quite lucky, really.
What luck indeed. Don't know. I mean, I've only not had my glasses for a few hours, but I can tell you he's been an absolute nightmare not being able to see anything. I'm pretty sure I didn't use soap last night, and perhaps they were rocks, I'm not sure, but there are lots of things in my room that might not be in the proper place anymore. And I think I lit something on fire, because it definitely wasn't the candle. It did not smell like a candle.
Well, now you can tell now, so...
Yes, I should probably go check in on that. I would hate to have set, one of the pillars on fire.
Yeah, could you take us down to see?
Oh, yes, of course. I apologize. Again, thank you for happening upon my glasses and getting them from that thief, Samson. I do appreciate that. And he will lead you guys down to the third floor below, as per usual, and he will speak the words that you heard him speak before. Again, very difficult for him to say, but he eventually does say it correctly. And you will enter the room, and the table is there once more. Revenir is not there quite yet, but yes, the table is there, and you're brought back into this beautiful cavernous room to which you had seen before, with the flowers glowing from the ceiling. Just more like the papers that you had seen before.
Okay.
Roaring fire. Takes a little bit, about 20 minutes, but you soon see Revenir appear from that back passageway that you're not sure where it goes. And she sees you all. She just kind of like nods her head, and she gestures for you all to sit, and she goes, It's been quite the day. I hope you all are faring well.
Yeah.
Considering the circumstances.
I ate very well, and therefore I am happy.
That is good to hear, Roaring Bear. Shall we sit? I have much news, and I hope that you have found out much as well. Would you like to start, or should I?
How about you can go first, Miss Revenir?
Seem troubled.
I am, there's a lot happening, not just here, but on this continent. And being in the position that I am and hearing so many voices at once, it's a very stressful thing. But yes, I am troubled. There's a lot of terrible things happening right now. So, I did meet with some of the council members. I met with Kaya. She has informed me of individuals that have been steadily going missing, that have never been found. And she basically goes through and tells you roughly everything that Triv told you. And she says Kaya has a small group of individuals. They keep an eye on the cannibals beneath the city. It's strange. She mentioned there should be more of them. The numbers have been maintainable, but they've begun to grow almost exponentially in the last few days. She just kind of thinks on that for a moment. Perhaps they've begun to feast on each other. She looks kind of disgusted by what she says, but as she thinks on it. I spoke with Peregrine, and he has confirmed the accounts in the books that I have attained, and she places her hand on the book in front of her, that big tome that you saw her paging through. These are all accurate. The food is gathered at the end of the festival by the Sons of Bouclier and brought to a storage stockpile beneath the city, near the dock entrance. I spoke to some of the distributors, and from previous years, they all seemed to mention the same thing, just starving individuals coming back and begging for more food. Some of the food stores being torn into and ravaged. She kind of sits back and she gets up for a moment. She goes over to an alcove and she grabs a bottle of wine. She opens it and begins to pour it, and she gestures to Groon to see if you all would like some. Two people?
Yes.
Lorelei, Finn, and I think that was it, right?
Samson?
Did Samson want some? Okay.
Of course I want some. I'm
All right.
Samson.
Groon comes over, grabs some of the wine, and he pours for you, you three, a glass, and then lays it back down on the table. She takes a sip and she continues. Eladine mentioned a group of individuals beneath the city calling themselves Cambria's Salvation. There have been some disturbances reported across the city involving this group. Break-ins mostly, but strangely nothing has been stolen. And then there was Jeff. She just kind of like smiles and laughs a little bit. He represents the seat on the council that is the general populace. I didn't expect to hear much from him. He spends most of his time drinking and enjoying the company of many at the Golden Pearl. He did have one interesting thing to say, although not of the urgency at hand. He mentioned hearing word from sailors. A massive hurricane is said to be swirling southeast out to sea, the Dusty Anchor. It's stationary and apparently has never subsided. No one knows how long it has brewed. Sailors say it's the anger of the cursed one who lives there.
Cursed one? Who lives where?
Apparently, the legend is this individual is in the middle of the ocean, in this eye of this hurricane.
I think she said southeast of Sable. Kind of south of Dawn's Rise.
Not at the task at hand, but very intriguing and interesting. I was unable to speak or meet with Tredillion Skyweaver, and was informed from one of the masters at Niveau Maximum that he had been called to Digbrand. Apparently, trouble's brewing in the vaults of the Slumbering, and they need to seal it indefinitely.
Do I know what the vaults of the Slumbering are?
Make you proficient in history.
I am.
Yeah, go ahead and make a roll. Go ahead and make a roll.
I cannot roll for anything tonight. 8.
Would you like to roll, Lorelei, since you are also proficient?
In
History.
Oh, I'm an expert. I have expertise.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Don't flex
Sorry,
too
I
hard.
was furiously scribbling all of these notes.
Don't flex too
I'm throwing
hard.
a lot at you guys right now.
16.
It's essentially both a prison and a treasury of sorts, of mind and body. There's a part of the vault where criminals are held, and another part where rich mortals prolong their lives, essentially, and they're woken every so often. Those condemned slumber within a world of nightmares fit to the sentence passed, and those with coin dream of their own personal heaven, each carefully crafted and designed. And they're actually... the lore behind it is that there are secret magics. Oh, I think we lost Reyna.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Uh-oh.
Oh, there she
She'll
is.
be back. She'll be back.
I just admitted her. Everyone got moved around.
Musical chairs!
Oh,
no.
Davis, turn off your camera and come back in.
Basically, in the middle of Revenir's speech, we all stand up and switch chairs.
There we go.
Yeah.
Everyone's back to normal. All right. The lore behind it
Taller.
is that it's believed that secret magics were like the dwarves stole from the Gorgons, so they petrify people. Essentially, that's the slumbering aspect. And it said that the first king that built Digbrand stole many magics and artifacts and other races and cultures to build what Digbrand is today. And due to this magic bloodline of the Digbrands, they say he envied those with the talent of the arcane, and that kind of drove him to claim these for himself and his name. However, the natives of Digbrand, of course, dispute this, saying that they are just clever above everyone else and that jealousy nurtures lies. And then Revenir then looks to you all and she says, Kaya also informed me of recent dealings. Is there something you all wish to share with me?
I'll pull out the water skin.
I don't think that's what she meant.
I'll put it back down.
If you're talking about the incident in the square, yes, I made a mistake. But it's been taken care of. I spoke with Lieutenant Triff personally, and exchanged information. He told me what Kaya had told you. And I talked to him about our latest finding, which is what's in that water skin over there. Do be careful, Samson, please.
We need a jar.
Pull out the wine bottle.
Is it such that the wine bottle and my wineskin have about the same like insertion, like same
Hole?
spout?
Yeah.
Same spout.
Yeah, your wineskin's probably bigger and would go over the top of the...
Okay, I quickly pop the cork, put the wine bottle in to where they match up, and then I'll take like my cloak, wrap it around so that it's soft, and I'll just kind of shake it around until the larva falls into the glass bottle.
It takes a second, but eventually you do see like a little poof, and like the wiggling in the jar as it tries to crawl back up.
I hand him the cork quickly.
I wiggle it back down, and then
it poof, hits the bottom and just kind of like squirms in there.
I quickly pop the wire skin off and put the cork in.
And as do you hand this to Revenir? Or do
Put it on the table.
You put it on the table. It immediately starts crawling in Revenir's direction, like, and just kind of like almost like, and like begins to like thrust itself against the wall towards her, and the bottle just kind of like.
Yeah, maybe we should hold it or something because it could fall over and break.
I pick it up.
Okay. What is this?
This is what we found down in the Undercity when we went to go visit Crick. We think it might be the culprit of what's really going on. We think it might be the reason that people are becoming the hungered.
She looks at it curiously. What information have you learned about this creature of sorts? Is there more? I'm guessing there must be more.
There's lots more. Unfortunately, a majority of the ones Crick had were stolen this morning. And it was obviously a robbery because they locked him in a trunk to take them. So somebody is taking them for a purpose. But yeah, he showed us the inside of one of these, and there was no heartbeat, but the circulation system was still working.
She looks disturbed by that part.
And Crick told us that they can go through your nose, or I think it was through your ears. They burrow inside, and I guess they infect people. And it takes years and years and years for those symptoms to show up. Like a lot of years, like over 5, 6, 7.
This is quite disturbing. Considering how many people have gone missing. How many more could possibly be infected? The numbers The numbers are... She just kind of, like, sits back. They're not good, that's for sure.
And... Go ahead.
No, you can go ahead, it's fine.
So we think, well, Crick said that the infection or the hunger started showing up around 10 years ago. Does that sound about right to you?
Well, it lines up with what Kaya said. What it sounds like to me, these individuals who get infected, and how long it takes for them to... Not sure. What else do you know of it? When they become infected, what does that even mean? Like, they just turn into these starving people?
Well, we think there might be stages that develop over a long period of time. And we know we came across these cannibals, these ghoul-like, aggressive, angry, like they attacked us in the Undercity. We think that might be the last stage. They attacked us. They had just, I don't know, they were just really aggressive and violent. And they killed some people.
So the
You killed
cannibals...
them better.
The cannibals and these creatures and the infected are connected.
We think so. And then the stage before that, we think might be the ones we encountered during the festival. They had a creepy sort of calmness to them, and they all talked like together. So we found 3 of them at the same time, and they all talked in unison. And they were also very hungry, but they weren't violent like the other ones in the Undercity.
Trev was sort of mentioning, I was talking to him about the different stages. He said that that when they're speaking in unison, and that's like the last, they still have thoughts, but they're not theirs. They're being, it's like they're being controlled, is what we think. But then the next step, when they become feral, I suppose, they have a mind of their own at that point. So somehow they lose that kind of hive mind mentality that we've been experiencing. It's all very strange.
Revenir, didn't you say earlier that you sense some kind of necromancy and enchantment in the crowd?
Yeah. During the festival, when we were attacked, there was necromancy and some sort of charm, I believe.
I think you said it was enchantment.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Enchantment and necromancy coming from these things.
This is far worse than I had thought. Far worse than simply solving the issue of where this food is going and making sure people are being fed, but it sounds like everything was being done the way it was supposed to be. And something far worse is happening here. Something far darker. And I think the worst part is not knowing how many people are infected. Because of how slow this is.
Well, the first symptoms are headaches and nightmares.
So we do have something. I think this information has brought even more horrifying questions to light, though. How many people are infected, and this hive mind, this connection, what will happen to them once the source is silenced? You mentioned nightmares in your findings. Have any of you spoke to someone who is plagued with those nightmares? What kind of nightmares that they're having?
Don't think so.
I think Micah may have mentioned that his mother was having headaches, maybe nightmares. We didn't talk to her though.
Do you think we could?
Yeah. I don't want to freak them out or anything, but it's probably a good place to start.
I think that would be very smart. Sometimes dreams are the most important things. Tell us things that slip us in between a veil of sorts.
You mentioned, Eladine said something about Cambria's salvation?
Yes, a group of sorts. She mentioned that this group has been breaking into homes. They almost didn't know who, but Sparrowhawks were able to find out.
They're not taking anything.
But they're not taking anything. They're breaking in. They're not taking anything. It's very odd.
Leaving anything behind, something that couldn't be found, as if it was burrowed into your skull.
I hope not.
Revenir just sits back and she's listening to you now, Roaring Bear. You think that they are planting these creatures in the homes?
He just shrugs. Something is going on in the Undercity. There's larvae disappearing. There's larvae all over the place. People break in to Crick's place, and they steal larvae. People break into other people's places, then steal nothing. Seems plausible to me.
I think that's a very good observation. It could be.
There's another thing. When we spoke to Revenir, we're a bit divided on how we feel about our conversation with Revenir.
She's listening.
I look to Finn.
Yeah, so can you tell us a little bit more about Feyrin?
Feyrin?
Yeah, Feyrin.
What would you like to know?
Why you murdered him?
She looks insulted. She looks extremely insulted.
It's gonna sink into his chair.
And she just her eyes kind of glow brighter, and her moths just kind of begin to swarm above her head in a circle for a second. Feyrin. The same Feyrin. Are we speaking of the same Feyrin who had Osgood Murphy impersonated to vote a seat in for him? The council meeting where we told Asher to confront Feyrin for his crimes of slicing open people's heads and controlling them. The same Feyrin who is trying to uproot the council and seize the city, who summoned a sire of insanity from another plane, who had Asher Reed, Kaya Reed's father, flung from the top of Naveau, and Lux Ultima and myself resurrected him back from death. That Feyrin, is that the one we were talking about?
Probably. I don't know. I mean, Revenir, he had said, that Feyrin went down into the Undercity and was kind to them, and that he did good things for them.
He did. He fed them and gave them gold, from where I still do not know where he got it from. But he did, in order to win over the Undercity. In order to win the people's vote, so that he could sit on the council. An evil man who wanted to uproot the city and destroy it. The top of the tower was taken off. We lost most council members and individuals that day. I walked into the darkness with Lux Ultimate that day. At night. And I saw unspeakable things down there. What he was doing to people. Shaving their heads, cutting open their skulls, until they were nothing but husks that just listened and followed. A butcher that he commanded. So, I'm not sure if this is my word against his, but I can guarantee you, if you were to wander down into the darkness, you would find what was left down there. You would find it. You needed the proof, and if what I had to say was not enough.
Finneline means no offense. There are several things Revenir said that were contrary to other people.
Well, I do question him, and if you don't all question him at this point, I highly think you should.
He said that he started noticing the cannibal's appearance only 5 years ago. Which seems a bit strange. And he said things that implied he had some sort of plan for she kind of looks at Revenir for the words. The permission.
I didn't hear what you said.
For helping his people.
So I'm afraid that his intentions although his intentions are good, his methods may be along the lines of Cambria's salvation.
Do you go down there often, Revenir? Down into the Undercity?
Not often.
Is that why you may think that they like Feyrin so much? I mean, he did horrible things, yeah, but they saw him and he gave to them. So why don't you do the same?
I'm trying to right now. That's what I'm doing right now. That's why you all are here right now.
What about for the last 10 years?
Go ahead.
We're not here to accuse her. We're all just trying to help. I know you're upset.
It's not accusation.
I just want to understand. It's not an accusation. It's just I want to understand why people are dying under there that aren't receiving medicine.
When I spoke with Triv and I mentioned that there were no guards in the Undercity, he seemed baffled, like he'd never even thought of it before. Like there are just missing holes in the system, like the Undercity's been cut off from everything that a person should be entitled to.
You are right. All of you. But I do not sit on the council, and I do not make decisions. Perhaps if I did, things would be different. The kind of system that thrives here, that has thrived here for so long, is a system of checks and balances and votes. Each district votes. Each district decides what happens. That is why Peregrine is the lord of the Goldspire district. And Jeff is the speaker of the people. He sits on the council for that seat for the people. That is why Tredillion is the seat for Nouveau.
Who's the seat for us?
For the Undercity.
Yeah.
I suppose it would be Jeff. He represents all the people.
But has Jeff ever lived in the Undercity?
I don't believe so. He's a fishmonger.
He represents the people of Cambria.
But he hasn't had the kind of experience you have, Revenir. He hasn't lived down there. He might not know. Or he might just not have a personal connection to it.
He either doesn't know or he doesn't care.
Revenir wanted to meet with you, Revenir. But perhaps it would be more beneficial to meet with the council. I don't know. And I'm also wary of what could happen. It just doesn't give me a good feeling. Such a request. I don't know.
To meet with the council?
No, to meet with you.
Oh, to have Revenir meet with me.
Mm.
He wants to meet with me. Do you know why? Do you have any idea why he wants to meet with me?
You told him you were the only one up here willing to help.
It is true. I don't think I'm the only one.
I look down at the bug. Is it still reaching for her like crazy?
Oh yeah, it's going crazy in the bottle.
I'm not sure that we know exactly why Revenir wants to meet with Revenir. And I'm sorry to say this, but look at this bug. This thing is going after her and none of us. We already talked about how these things have a hive mind. Look at it. It wants her more than anyone else here. It's going crazy. It hasn't done that the whole time we've had it. As soon as it sees her.
It was going for Crick in the same way.
Yeah, they were doing the same thing.
It is noticeably different. It is noticeably different. When it went towards one of you, when you guys got close, or when Crick walked over to it, it was more of just like a sludge moving up. It's like boom, 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 like throwing itself against and like pulsing very like quickly. Like it's in a very agitated state.
Worse than when the ghouls were brought in. Worse than when the ghouls were brought in.
What do you mean?
Remember when we brought one of the ghoul corpses into Crick's hovel?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, on the same level, if not close.
We don't know for sure that Revenir is a part of all this, or that he's dirty, or that he's bad. We don't know that for sure. But I don't know if you should be around. The way this thing's coming after you now, I don't know if we can put you in front of anyone that's suspicious.
So then, bring Revenir here instead of having her down there.
That's why I thought maybe it would help if he had a seat with the entire council. He could speak his case. If he truly wants to help the Undercity, and he's able to plead his case before everyone that has the power to do something about it, and speak with Revenir in a room full of people that are capable of overwhelming him if need be.
Do you think he'll feel listened to, though?
I don't know.
They haven't listened to us thus far.
When's the last time the Undercity spoke up, though?
When's the last time somebody gave them a voice to?
That's what we're doing. I feel like we are the voice. We can provide that because of what we found and because of our connection. But I don't know, maybe I'm being too hopeful. It's just an idea.
What do you think, Revenir?
You were there. You saw Revenir. I've never met the man, and I trust your instinct, whatever it may be.
So you'd be willing to meet with him?
It seems you are divided on this. But if that is what you willed of me, then I would do it. But you do seem divided, and she kind of looks back over at Samson.
What was Revenir's exact wording for his plan to redeem things? I happen to remember something about salvation. What was the name of this group? But nobody asks me.
Are you asking me?
No, he was asking himself.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm confused now.
These break-ins, the Cambria's salvation, that's not how the people in the Undercity operate. Not to each other.
Unless they're correct.
Do you trust this
You don't
Revenir?
know that.
Revenir.
Hmm?
Do you trust this Revenir? Revenir?
I believe that he has the Undercity's best interest at heart. That's more than I can say for anyone else.
Are you making, when you say that, do you imply, are you trying to imply that Revenir doesn't?
Maybe a little.
Okay.
I speak up when he says this, and I say, no one here knows the Undercity better than Revenir. If he believes Revenir has the Undercity's best interest at heart, then Revenir is worth talking to.
Thank you, Samson.
Do you believe that Revenir is using these larvae, maggots, what have you, to take control of people's minds?
Right now, we don't know. And if Revenir does know, and if Revenir is right, then he'll help us.
I would like to ask, the control of the mind, how did Feren do it?
I'm not entirely sure. Magic, suppose. I do know that there was surgery involved. Magic.
With something
Magic with a
inside.
mix of surgery. I remember seeing their heads shaved with a scar across the front. His servants.
So,
I dislike that Feren is a role model for Revenir.
did anyone see the guards' heads?
I don't know, did we?
They were cloaked in hoods.
Ugh.
I want to go back.
Instead of all of this accusation, why don't we just ask the man?
Agreed.
But is it fair to meet on neutral ground? Not at the council and not at Revir's hideout?
I don't see a problem with that.
might be a good idea.
And if anything happens, we've already fought off a few of the hungered.
I think that we should try to get Revenir to come to a location of our choosing before we go straight to neutral. I mean, if he must have a neutral ground, then we'll accept, but we should have we should be as prepared as possible.
Could it be here?
Could it be here? Penny? Is Penny here?
Oh no, she's not here. It's just Grun.
Well, could we have it here?
Revenir kind of looks at you all. These are my private quarters. Not many people know about this location. I would prefer to not meet here.
Yeah, I didn't realize. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
What about near out in the wildwood, away from people, somewhere he feels safe?
I like that forest.
It's a good forest.
Mm.
We could pick a nice spot, get some preparation.
Close to neutral ground.
Close to neutral ground.
See if
But
he
make
would
it-
agree to it.
Make it our neutral ground.
That sounds like a good idea. If he agrees to it, of course.
I think he will.
What if he doesn't?
Think he will too.
Let's hope he will.
What if he doesn't?
Then we'll know him to not be a friend, Roaring Bear. Then he will not have the Undercity's best interests at heart. Don't you think?
There could be other reasons for not wanting to meet.
He's the
Can you
one
think-
that.
He wanted to meet her.
He asked for the meeting.
He asked for it.
And he didn't specify that Revenue would come to him. I agree. Surely if he does have the Undercity's best interests at heart, he would be willing to meet in a neutral place.
Right, Ermir?
Yeah.
Well, then I think it's settled then. Revenir, can you meet tomorrow morning around a little before lunch, say 11? We'll let you know the spot tomorrow.
Okay, I can do that. You will let me know where this will take
And-
place.
Can you arrange for the rest of the council members to be there? The ones you trust, anyway.
That is a lot.
Perhaps just
Conversation
Revenir.
with all parties not present goes nowhere.
Yeah, just Revenue
Just
this
Revenir.
time.
Right.
Then that's true. Then Revenir can take what she knows to the council and get things done.
Perhaps the only person I can think of that knows as much is Kaya. And the Sparrowhawks, from what I gather, seem to have their best interest at heart for the people.
Is Gravir anticipating meeting me and the council, or just
No,
me?
no,
Just
just
She only
you.
asked for you.
I can try to see if Kaya would be willing.
I think it's settled then.
We'll bring that information back to him. See what he says.
I have a quick question. You guys had mentioned that Nouveau Maximum has a library, but does it also do they do like experiments and stuff in there too? Like just good experiments. Do they study in that place?
Yes, it is a school, and as well as a library, yes. Tredillion has many of people that work underneath him that teach students, the talented ones, the arcane arts.
I feel like we talked to Crick and he had so much useful information. He had been studying these things for years and he actually extracted useful substance from them. And I feel like with more resources, he could really do a lot. I mean, is it possible if we could possibly bring him up and, I don't know, provide him with some resources to experiment more?
And this is the one that helped you and gave you all that information?
Yes,
he provided the larva.
He's been nothing but helpful. And he's still got some papers left, but he's lost a lot of his stock larva.
He's not safe where he is. If someone broke in before, they'll do it again.
Yeah.
I can see about making an exception for him and seeing if I could get him into Nevo. I do have a favor with Tredillion. Perhaps I can cash it in and seeing about getting him his own space. Perhaps some tutoring, teaching him some things. You all speak so highly of him and hold him in high regard.
He can't speak.
Yeah, so he'll need a lot of parchment and ink.
He can't speak.
He has a terrible injury.
Throat was ripped out by one of the cannibals.
Oh.
It's possible the people in Nevo could help him.
I'm sure they can. I'll see what I can do. And she'll just kind of write down and make some notes on that.
Thank you.
Of course.
Well, I think that's it. We'll go schedule a meeting with Revenir.
Revenir points at the bottle, looks at Rev. What are you going to do with that?
I could keep it, but I assumed you would all take it with you.
Groon, could you go maybe do some research on this? Talk to some of your friends in the field?
Oh, of course I can. And he kind of like comes out from the corner and he picks it up. He's just like, never liked insects.
Surely there's someone at the maximum who would know a thing or two about this. You can tell them that it's of the utmost importance to the city.
And of the utmost important not to let out.
Facts.
Bruin's like, I don't think I'd want to open this even if I had the nerve to.
Perhaps it's better to wait for Crick. He seems to know how to handle these things pretty well.
Yes, Grun, why don't you take that and I'll send a word to Nevo. And we'll have this Crick, brought up. Give him some space there. I'm guessing you all tell her where he is in the Undercity and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Don't trip on the ghoul bones.
Yeah, don't do that. It'd be bad.
All right. Okay. Is there anything else that you'd like to say to Revenir?
Lorelei has something to say, but she's gonna linger after we all get up to leave.
Okay.
I linger for a moment as well, waiting for everyone else to leave. Seeing that Lorelei intends to stay, I'll walk out.
Oh, wait, you walk out or you stay?
I walk out with everybody else.
Okay. Revenir will stand up as you all do, and as you all begin to make your way out, most of you, she will say, Ermir.
Yes.
She takes out and she holds up the pliers that you gave her. I'm still willing to help you if you want me to, but I get the sense that you don't like me very much right now.
Of course I want your help. All of this... I just want results. Everyone peddles niceties and good intentions, and no one ever does anything. I'm sorry if I came off a bit harsh. After hearing it so many times, it just sounds like the same old thing.
She continues to hold the pliers and she says, people get angry, like you, respond the way you do because of the things that they love and they're passionate about. I understand. And I'm not angry at you. In some ways, I probably deserve it. But I am one person. And that's why we're here. I need you to trust that I'm going to do everything in my power to make things right. And if you can trust me, I think everything will be okay. Because I trust you. I trust your mind and your decision making. If I didn't, you wouldn't be here. She takes the pliers and she puts them back in her bag.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Trust works best when it's exchanged both ways.
She just smiles and nods. It's not easy to give. And I realize that, as I'm sure you do as well. It's not easy to give at all. Especially when you've been burned so many times. So what trust you do give me, I am grateful for it. I do thank you. She'll just kind of nod back at you. And you'll continue your way out, I'm guessing?
Yeah.
Okay, Lorelei, you do hear that. I mean, obviously you're there.
Revenir,
Yes, Lorelei?
you mentioned that dreams have a way of saying things.
Yes.
I really don't. She's struggling. She's very nervous. Her body language is very close. She's like twiddling her fingers.
It's all right. Is everything okay?
I have a lot of nightmares. Not those kind.
She immediately like widens her eyes, thinking that.
No, not that kind. No, I've had nightmares for as long as I can remember. And last night I spoiled my last candle of dreaming. It's gone. I know it's a big favor to ask, but do you know of any way that I could get another?
She just kind of like looks at you with this matronly, motherly love, like understanding, and she just pulls you into a big hug. If you let her.
Of course I do.
And she goes, of course. I'll have Grun get you 10.
She makes her a big squeeze.
And she will actually, speaking of which, I apologize, I completely forgot, but she would have given you all 100 gold. Total.
Oh, wow.
Like, as a whole, like, total.
I will put that in our party inventory.
Not each, like, as a whole. Okay, I just want to make sure that comes across.
Yeah.
We now have shiny rocks.
Sure do.
Oh, thank you. You have no idea how much this helps.
Of course, it's the least I can do. You've all done so much, and all the information that we've brought together. It's the least I can do.
Thank you for choosing me. I don't know why. I made a fool of myself in front of everyone, and once we attended the concert, I realized what it was. I felt so ridiculous.
She just smiles and she shakes her head. She goes, "You remind me so much of someone. I'm privileged to have you a part of this. You don't give yourself enough credit. You really don't. I hope one day that you will see what I see. I'm pretty sure some of them might already see a flicker." And she looks back over at the door where the rest of your group had left. At least a flicker. But give it time.
She lets out a little squeal of thanks before she scurries off.
And you leave. Samson, were you lingering for Lorelei, or?
No, I was lingering to make sure everybody else left, and
Oh, okay.
seeing that Lorelei was going to stay behind, I left as well.
Okay.
I have a thing.
Okay.
Okay. So as the scene finishes
Mhm.
and we begin heading outside, Samson looks visibly upset and angry and not happy with everything that's going on. And so as we're all walking, we get out into the street and into all this into the area as we decide what to do next. He comes up behind Revenir and just shoulder checks him like into the back with one shoulder. And I keep going past and I just say, all right, I guess I'll go find a spot in the woods. Bam! Smash him across the side of the shoulder, like knocking him a little bit. And I keep walking a little bit.
Huh? Yeah. His iron fist kind of clenches. He says, "You got a problem, Samson."
Why, yes. I turn around. I take it like 5 or 6 steps more. And when he says that, I turn around slowly towards him. Say, "Yeah, Revenir, I do, actually. And I think it's best that we talk about it. Because I'm going to tell you something that I think you need to hear.
Mm-hmm.
That I don't know if anyone who's ever cared enough about you has ever told you. Okay?
Well, first, okay, let's
No.
No, we need to go upstairs, okay? Because we're in the middle of the Fool's Gold Inn, everybody's looking at us, and you are not going to have a bar fight over something this important. I won't allow it.
Fine.
So go to your rooms.
I go upstairs.
Oh my god, Lorelei, that was amazing. So does everyone go upstairs to one room? Or downstairs?
Yeah.
Downstairs.
So we get to one room.
You guys go into one room. You all pile into like Prayaria's room without the door handle.
Slam the door, obviously.
Some of the wood bits go flying from the door.
So here's the thing, Revenir. Let me tell you a little bit
walks
about
to the center of the room and turns and faces Samson.
Yeah. Here's one thing you need to learn about trust. Okay. Here's the problem. You shouldn't trust everyone, especially not people who continually screw you over your whole life and everything. And I want to trust you because I care about you. And I am here for you. And I'm telling you this now because I think you need to hear it before you get us all killed. Before you get Revenir killed. And you need to change your mindset about what you think people are. You need to. I don't know if anyone's ever cared about you like this. And I don't know if anyone's ever trusted you the way I'm about to trust you. Because we're going to do this your way. Because you know Revenir. And I trust you to make the right decision. But man, if he didn't send people to ambush us, who did? If he's not a liar, then what was the truth? If Micah didn't steal from us, if he didn't steal from Groon, if he didn't steal from me, how many friends do you know that steal from people? All of them? It's because they don't care about you, man. People are coming
And
from
you
us.
do.
Yes. Because I'm telling you this now because you're going to be mad. You're going to be angry. This is not good. We're making a bad choice because you're making the call. Because you can't see that these people down here don't care about you the way you care about them.
So what? You want to just storm into Revenir's place and just take him out based on your marvelous intuition, right?
Yeah, absolutely not. That seems crazy. But you need to entertain the idea that maybe he's bad.
And
Look,
you need
man.
to entertain the idea that maybe he's not.
I did. I trusted you. We're doing your thing. I'm entertaining that. What are we doing?
I'm sorry. Is it your people that are turning into cannibals, that are being attacked by these slug-like creatures? Did you have to put crossbow bolts into people that you were raised with and that you were that you've known since childhood?
No, but you
Is
did.
that something that you don't understand?
You did. You had to do that because those people are not on your side. You know who was fighting with you? We were. You know who's telling you what you need to hear? I am. Those people down there are not your family.
You think you know me. We've known each other, what, a couple of days? Yeah, Micah steals. Micah doesn't know you. We all have to steal. I have to steal. If you had met me down there instead of up here with Revenir, would you be saying those same things about me?
No, because you don't steal from me. You haven't hit me. You haven't tried to murder me.
Under different circumstances, I might have.
Yeah, but you didn't.
Have you ever had to wonder where your next meal was going to come from?
All the time.
Really? When you could just pop out a couple of good berries and you and your fox are fine?
You'd be surprised. Those people are not your family, Revenir. They're your abusers. They've been treating you wrong your whole life. And you need to care about you the way I care about you.
We care about each other in the Undercity. We share
everything. You care about them. They don't care about you. If they did, they wouldn't be killing each other. You wouldn't be the only one fighting.
They're not killing each other. And you don't know anything about what you're talking about.
Yeah, maybe I don't. And maybe this thing will go well. And maybe they won't try to attack Revenir. Let's hope. And I hope to God you're right. But man, let's find out, shall we?
You throw the word trust around all the time. Didn't you turn into a horse and leave us when the Sparrowhawks showed up?
That was my fault. Okay.
I thought you didn't trust him. I thought you didn't trust him to do it right, so I did what I thought you would do, which was run.
I need to clear this up now. I didn't run because I was trying to avoid the law. I ran because I was running from my past, like I always have. All right, I don't know what I am. I told you I've been to the 9 Hells, but I haven't told you why. That's because it's a very personal story. But I've told Samson because I trust him. And I will tell all of you. I will tell all of you in time. I haven't had the time because we've been quite preoccupied lately. And now's not the time when we're all emotional. You have the right to be emotional because it's personal to you. And that was personal to me. And I had to run. I'll explain later.
One thing is for certain. We cannot go to Cambria as we are now. So what do we do?
I step forward to Revenir in the middle of the room. And I just look at him. This is me, trusting you, that you have our best interest at heart, because we are here to do this and I'm gonna go to the woods, and I'm gonna take Volpa, and I'm gonna find the best spot to hold a meeting for something that I think is dead ass wrong, because you think it's right. Because I trust you. Because I can see it in your heart. You're a good man. It's the thing you do. It's what you want. It's who you are. And it takes a lot to do the right thing all the time. It takes a lot to look past your own preconceptions and do the best thing. And I know you are. And I'm going to find a spot. We're going to do this. And if you're right, I'll leave Crow. Tell you you're right the whole time. I'll be wrong. But if I am, you need to take this as a lesson and hope we all survive. And I leave.
As he tries to leave, Roaring Bear will get in his way.
I turn into a fox and run underneath him. And sprint out.
The door is shut.
Oh, it's shut! Oh, it is shut.
Remember, you slammed it shut.
Oh, no, that's true. I can't do that. What, Roaring Bear? You coming with?
This is on principle. And he whines back.
I'll wait for
and
it.
Will slug you.
I'll take it. Cross the chin. As hard as it could go.
And Roaring Bear does not hold back here. Let's see what my unarmed damage is.
My gosh.
I don't know how to do that here, so I'm going to do it over there. I think is it just strength modifier?
Yeah, it's just strength.
That's 3. And you just boom. And then we'll stride over to where he is probably on the floor. And we'll offer him a hand to pick him up.
I'll take it.
And pick him up. Be very careful insulting people's clans.
Noted.
I just gained a new respect for Roaring Bear.
Me too. Like, oh my god. I open the door calmly and walk out.
Sometimes you need to speak less. And I will follow him out.
Finn!
What's happened?
What just happened?
Revenir will follow Roaring Bear out, go to his room, close the door.
Whose room are we in?
Prayaria's room.
Ah.
The only one without a lock on it or a doorknob.
Yeah.
I will get out into the street and fox up with Volpa and go find a spot.
Okay.
I'm heading that way anyway.
We're all just separating.
Now? Like, what time is it now after all
Yeah.
of this?
Oh, it's I don't know. It'd be in the afternoon because you guys had a long rest, and then you went to. It'd be like early afternoon. Yeah, it'd be early afternoon. So it's 11 o'clock now. I had one more thing planned.
Oh yeah, can we do that?
Yeah, we can go ahead and do it if you want.
I do.
Okay.
So I run. I leave the inn, and I shape into a fox, and I start running with Volpa, and we leave the city, like getting out of the town. And we just sprint and run together as foxes, and get out into the wildwood and start doing foxy things. Like running around.
Foxy things.
Yeah, like
investigating and.
Yeah, run around trees looking for meadows, like
prancing,
clicking.
They click like they. I can't do it. I'll sound like a dolphin, but no, not like that.
Not like that.
Not like that. Okay, so as you're running around in the woods with Volpa and everything, there comes a moment where there's a familiar scent in the air. Actually, let me switch us over here. Let me switch us over to sensing
the familiar smell. I stop in this kind of meadow in the wildwood with the wild grasses and the trees, and thinking that this is probably a good spot for the meeting. I'll shape out, and Samson alone here with Volpa is just still visibly upset at Revenir and all this, and looking down at Volpa, I'll give her some scritches, and I'll just say, he's just dead ass wrong, girl. He doesn't know it. I can't make him stop. This is the worst, you know? Letting other people make bad decisions. I guess that's what it means to be us. I just feel so... I've never had anyone that wouldn't listen so much as him. It's just, I'm so lost, you know? Like, I don't know what to do with him. I don't know. He just starts crying a little bit.
The scent grows stronger and stronger. You smell blackberry bushes, perfectly ripened on a lazy afternoon. Hibiscus honeyed tea, a sprig of mint. This cool fall day feels warmer around you for a moment, somehow. And you get the sense that there's someone watching you from behind.
I turn around.
As you turn around... Oh, there we go. As you turn around, you see a very familiar face. A figure in flowing robes of mulberry covered with white diamond chainmail underneath. Hood trimmed in gold thread and clasped together just under the chin, a gold filigree brooch with a gleaming emerald. Bright plum eyes with lustrous green flecks look back into yours, and they look saddened. Samson.
I turn around, I say, Samir! And I stand up and I run over and I pick him up in the biggest hug I can. I wrap him around and I give him a kiss on both cheeks. And I said, oh my God, how did you find me?
Came as soon as I heard what happened. If it wasn't for your gift. He pulls out a small green leather-bound notebook. I'd never found you.
I tell you, he's like, it's been years. God, would you have to break into my room?
He kind of laughs a little bit, and he's like, time's funny on the other side. I didn't know it was going that long.
It's been almost 3 years now. I'm so glad to see you. What brings you here?
I came for you, to speak with you.
I pick up my bag, then I throw it over my shoulder. It's like, let's go. Are we ready? Can I come back? Did she change your mind?
Samson, I can't take you back home, Samson. I can't undo what the Queen's done. You know that. You know that, Samson.
No.
I don't know what's going on or why you're banished, but I'm gonna find out. I've come to give you back a piece of home, Samson. It's the least I can do while you're here. He just kind of looks around.
It's so shit. The food is terrible. Like they just kill shit and then they eat it and then they pick from the plants. They eat those too. It's disgusting. Sometimes you wouldn't believe it. They actually grow the stuff in just big old clumps for like no reason. Then they pick it all and eat it and ship it around. 3 days late, disgusting. Nasty.
But it far off worse than I thought. Nothing like home wine. He'll take out a bottle.
I drink some, obviously. First things first.
As you drink it,
accept a drink from a fae.
As you drink it, it fills you with like this kind of tickling butterfly emotion, and you can see memories appear in your head.
That's the stuff.
The first time, someone's first kiss. You see someone's first kiss. You see someone holding their baby for the first time. You see someone's wedding day. Very powerful memories. Fey wine. Do you drink the whole thing?
I drink as much of it as it'll let me.
He'll let you drink all of it if you want it.
God, that's so good. Man, I couldn't. I'm so glad you're here. Peace of home. Samir. Not once in our centuries-long relationship have you ever offered to give me anything. What you want, man? Just spit it out.
He laughs and he flashes you this wicked smirk. You know me too well. It's true. I do want something in return. Just a few, it'd be sore for me not to inspect your situation here. I know I've been watching you in this group for about a day or so. There's something rather interesting here, Samson. Some more requests or two. One, I need someone freed from the slumbering vaults in Digbrand. And two, he kind of like smiles, like this Fey-like fiendish smile of his. I want to know the true name of the Fey you're traveling with. The Furbog.
The Furbog, Prayaria.
That'll be the one, the tall one, I'm sure. Ah, you didn't know that, did you?
Nah.
That's not her real name. Well, it's the name she goes by. That's not her true name. I want to know the true name.
See, I kind of always struck a bargain with her. Don't know if I can get that for you, man. Is this a bargain? Or I guess now that I am who I am, it's a bit of a guess, yeah? Can't do more than one. I don't know if I can do more than one, man. What are you going to give to me?
Ah, Samson, you know it's a bargain. Here I thought these mortals sapped you of your humor. Sarcasm. Left you boring.
I hope it is.
So, two things. And I'll give you a piece of home. Just a bit of power. Be familiar for you. I'm sure you'll miss it greatly.
I think about Prayaria and our conversations to this point.
Samson.
I'm thinking. Call it a bonus, and we're good.
A bonus. If it's a bonus, then I want a third.
A third? What's the third?
Just a favor. To turn in anytime I need it. Bit undisclosed. I'll let it be a bonus. But the bonus you'll get rewarded for. Should you do it.
I can always give you more favors.
So we have a deal for 3.
Deal for 3.
Do we have a bargain?
I hold out my hand to shake it.
He smiles and laughs under his breath, and he places his fingers together and produces a plum-colored rose. The dew sparkles in the light, a symbol of a contract. I offer you the power bestowed from home, Samson, in return for what I've asked. 2 mortal years of time is your deadline from the moment of acceptance. Should be easy.
With this course, how could it not be? I take the rose.
As you take it, you feel that familiar warmth from home flow through your veins, and like it's been so long, and the feeling of nostalgia is there, and this kind of green energy just flows through you for a moment.
Oh, that's good. That's the stuff. I do the druidcraft and like make a whole staff instead of just like a little part of a trick. Just, like channeling the wild.
Sure, you feel like a little bit of the old.
Because it doesn't matter.
Feel a little bit like your old self, a little bit, just a smidge, eh?
It's been so long. Oh man.
Samson, which of our brethren have you sought thus far?
Say what?
Our brethren, which have you sought thus far? You've been here for, you say, 3 years.
I haven't sought nothing.
And he just like leans back and he's just like, Samson, how could you be so blind? There are those that walk this plane, our brethren. But also you aren't the only one to be banished, Samson. There are others who have been exiled here. You haven't sought out any of them.
Try to close my eyes to it. Try not to remember my pain.
So they might be able to help you. Don't you think?
Well, isn't that what you're for now? Rose and all.
I can do a little bit, but I can't do much. They'll be looking down at me, watching me, knowing how close you were. Like I said, I came as soon as I heard.
I'll keep my eyes open for them. See if I can.
Well, there are at least 3 that I know of. There's the
What?
There's the one, cursed of 2 worlds. Cast out, left for dead as a wee babe. Powerful, a danger, an abomination to our kind. It'll take a lot to reach that one. Out in the middle of the Laristia. Just follow the storm for her.
Got it.
There's another. A former favourite Grand Huntsman to the Queen and one of her chosen advisors. You remember that day when they were cast out? He's now banished.
You'll remember that. Nasty lot.
It would do you well to make him an ally, especially since his brothers and sisters of the court will now hunt you for sport. They haven't already begun the hunt.
Oh, now I got this big old target on my back. All this
Of course
power
you do.
coming from me. Great.
Of course you do.
Great.
He hunts in the
Good
dark. That one hunts in the darkness he was banished to. The shade is now his anchor. You'll find him there.
Yeah, I know the shade, obviously.
I would be very wary of proximity. He would relish you sporting for redemption. He holds impressive trophies in the highest regard. I'd bring him one worthy of his time, and he may entertain you yet.
Oh, okay.
I say all this, of course, because I don't know why you were banished, honestly. Curious thing.
You figure that out, and then maybe we can talk more. It could be decades before I see you.
It's true.
Yes.
It's true. There is one more. Playful as the autumn breeze, and he kind of like smiles. The Dryad Baroness and her orchard of memories, and he kind of like looks. He points at your empty bottle. She is here as well, Samson. If a Dryad were to catch your eye, you'd find such a beauty in the most alluring of orchards. She tends a grove too beautiful for this plain.
Oof. Here, I thought you were only going to ask for 3.
Only ask for 3?
Favorite 3. Now I gotta go meet all these new friends. I don't need any new friends. I got five of my own now. But I'm gonna go. Maybe perhaps I'll talk to them. See what I say.
Good to see you.
No promises on Prayaria. She's a good one.
Well, perhaps I'll have to entice you. You're always one for sport.
We'll see.
I'm sorry, my friend. You look so different. Almost didn't think it was you.
Yeah. It's the ones.
It really did a work on you.
I will seal our pact with a kiss.
Okay. He kisses you back. All right.
And then he disappears into the and the leaves go everywhere.
Yes. Yes, Samir then disappears in a whirlwind of autumn leaves, and you're left with that scent of blackberry bushes and his voice on the wind saying, "See you later, mate." And he winks.
And I'll let him go.
All right. I think that's a good stopping point. I think that's a good stopping point for tonight. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. While you find us somebody to raid, I am going to close us and thank everyone. Thank you, MR, for the $8 pledge on Patreon. Again, thank you, Lawful Stupid RPG, for the 16 raid. Thank you, RS Logic 42, for the follow. Thank you, Little Sea Biscuit, for the Prime subscription. Thank you so much. Thank you, Fateful Encounters, with the raid of 32. When did that happen? How did I miss it?
It was during Revenir.
Revenir, yeah.
I don't know how I missed that. Oh man. Well, thank you.
It was a big moment. I talked to him in chat, but there was a lot going on.
Oh, there was? Okay. Thank you, Lennon, for the follow. Thank you, Ratchy Pie, for the follow. Thank you, The Nart, for the follow. Mave Mania for the follow. Darkman119 for the follow. Thank you, Double077 for the follow. Thank you, Tummy Numner. Love that name. For the follow. Thank you, Jen is Online, for the follow. Thank you, Fancy Narwhal 88 for the follow. George W. Ambush. Oh my god. That's a good name too. For the follow. And of course, Fateful Encounters for the follow as well. Thank you, Saraya for the follow. And thank you, DapperGent13, for the 100 bits. Thank you so much. If you like our channel, please do subscribe. You have that free Twitch Prime if you're a Twitch Prime member. We have other shows that we do here. Wednesday we'll be doing Iron Valor, which is our one-shot Dungeons and Dragons show. That's at Wednesdays at 7:30. You can see Brandon and Davis in that show, and Daniel, he is the Dungeon Master for that one as well. This Friday we're going to be playing Phasmophobia. All of Short Rest this month we're going to be doing Halloween or horror video games, so we're going to be playing that on Friday. Then Short Rest is our show where we just kind of chill back, relax, and play video games and kind of goof off, and so there's going to be that. And I think that's it. Daniel, do you have someone for us to raid?
I did. We're gonna go over to Blackwater D&D. They're a cool show. We've rated before. They've got some cool stuff going on over there. So and they've been rolling up for about an hour now. So we'll go give them a raid. When we get over there, go ahead and spam the huzzahs and
the huzzahs or the snonks. If you have
and the snonks. Tell them that Ink and Lyre sent you, of course. Give them a follow if you can. If you want to see some good D&D. I know they have a lot of cool stuff over there. They also do some recap shows and some other things too. So give them a shot, and we'll go from there. Iron Valor this week, you're going to be able to see all of us. We're going to be on the Yawning Lady, which is a brand new released document for us that's available on our Patreon, patreon.com/Ink and Lyre. Special thank you to Nine Realms Gaming for partnering with us. So if you are looking for some dice vaults or some dice towers and dice trays, go over there, check them out. They've got some really cool stuff. Use the code LYRE10 to get 10% off your order. So
Also,
and-
we're giving this away on Instagram this week, so go enter that giveaway.
Yeah,
This is the exact vault we'll be giving away.
Go follow us at Ink and Lyre on Instagram, and follow them at Nine Realms Gaming, and then you can win one for free with the awesome Ink and Lyre logo on it. So, ready to go when you are.
All right, we are rating in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we are rating.